You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Sunday night, 11 p.m., June 25th, 2023. As you can see, I've reset for our playthrough of Escape Tales Children of Wyrmwoods. We're towards the end of Chapter 2. We're told it's a 3-chapter game, but the third chapter is just an epilogue and very short. Got a lot to catch up on before we start and some thinking to do, but let's catch up first. Let me just check in with the chat, see if anyone's up to anything interesting. We had a very fun session of Dear Holmes, the play-by-mail game. I call it a game loosely, this afternoon at 3 p.m., where Rob came up with a very cool theory. It was fun. It's one of those sessions where we talked for an hour and a half and we had some little moments where we made some, especially Rob came up with one theory, but it was a fun session to really chew on theories. Anything else to talk about? I've got the AC running in the background. You shouldn't really hear it when I'm not talking. Hopefully it's not too distracting when I am talking. Anyone up to anything interesting? Anything we need to talk about before we get started? Maybe I'll start talking about where we were and some of the questions. Surely we will finish Chapter 2 today. The only question is whether we're going to also finish Chapter 3, the epilogue. We also want to spend some time when we're finished with the game talking about it, but then looking at some of the paths not taken. So I'm not sure we'll finish everything tonight or if we'll need another session tomorrow. So let me just talk a little bit about where we are here. Things have completely changed in Chapter 2. We've discovered 3 full towers worth of puzzles. We've explored most of the ground floors of each of these 3 towers. The only 2 places we haven't been are here and here. Each of the towers has a locked upper set of floors. We've unlocked one of them. The towers are called the Elemental Tower, the Chrono Tower, and the Mental Tower. We're told that the Elemental Tower involves a power that can manipulate elements, manipulate time, and manipulate the mind, and this is the one that we were suggested has to do with making the worm vines making people mad. Once you figure out how to break through the door, you unlock the 3 floors on the upper level, but you also unlock this top layer, which is what this is. So we've unlocked this one. And when we did that, we saw that this is our way to finish the level. Finish Chapter 2. This one says to open the door to open this door to the attic, to the tower, you have to have a stamina of 10. Currently, that's our highest stat is stamina. We've got 8. And then we're going to get into the epilogue. And the game told us from different paragraphs that this mystical voice said you can choose 1 power to have, depending on what tower you choose. But there's 2 parts to that make it complicated, because they complicate our decisions, because we're not just choosing. It's not a matter of choosing whether we want the Elemental Tower or the Chrono Tower or the Mental Tower. It's that it costs us to explore. That's the first thing. So this is the only tower that we currently can see a way through. We have an option of doing. The other towers we don't even know how to solve. We could solve the puzzles, surely, with some effort. But that's not the question. The question is, what will it cost us to spend the time to explore those areas? We only have 1 more free action before we have to rest or focus to get more. Resting and focusing affects our stats, in addition to giving us more of these. So we could, by pushing our luck and trying to explore more, end up making it harder for us to complete our goal of having 10 stamina, if that's where we wanted to go. So we have to balance, what is it worth it for us to get to explore more area at the risk of not completing this in worse health? Or is it worth it for us to try to get out through get a different tower power? That's one whole set of questions. But another big question is, even if we decided we're going to go for the most efficient route, we've revealed the elemental tower, we're all in, we've invested money in it, time, resources, so we're going to try to get out in the best health, because we're told that the longer it takes, the worse our health, the worse the consequences of the ending. Even if we decided to do that, to go for the most expeditious, efficient route, we don't know how to get those last 2 stamina that we need. So right now, we can't get out of any of these towers, but we could try to do the things that we think would get us the 2 stamina and get us out more quickly. On the other hand, if we're determined to get a different power, then we should make sure we don't do anything that would increase our stamina at the cost of something else. So it's sort of like we have to make real choices here, and if we make the wrong choices, it's going to be very costly for us to try to go the other direction. So that we've got a whole set of choices here that we only have a little bit of knowledge about to make. That's stressful enough. And then there's all the question of where to go and how to solve the puzzles and everything. As far as story, remember that we've got a girlfriend back home that we're trying to save. We think our family belongs to the cultists, our village, our little village here where we live. Here, we believe they're a village of cultists. They were going to sacrifice us. We're children of the Wyrmwood, along with our girlfriend. We've left her home and gone off. In the beginning, I was a little suspicious that she was trying to trap us down in the cellar and get us killed. But then when we came up, it seemed like not. There's the elemental tower. Sorry, let me bring this here. So let me just remind you, we've got the elemental tower. That's the one we opened all the way up. There's the mental tower. That's the one we haven't fully opened up. And then the time tower is not even on the map. To me, the chrono tower, which is not even on the map, is the most intriguing. That's the one I'd love to get out if I could. I don't even know where it is. The rest of the story has gotten quite complicated but intriguing. We found these portals and towers, and remember, we're in some medieval time, but notice that when we got in the towers, there's a woman named Mora with white hair jumping around, talking to us, sort of, and then there's another voice that we don't really understand. And it's clear from the chrono tower and this card, for example, that we're dealing with some interesting time mechanics here, because here's a desktop computer. There's the hieroglyphics place. There's the caveman's cave. This looks like deep space. I'm not sure which one this is, but this is actually looks like this might be the hookah psychedelic world in here. So, and this might be the deep space of above. So if you look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are some boots that we really want, he said. They look like sort of futuristic boots too. So we're dealing with not a strict fantasy game anymore. All of a sudden, we're in some time travel world. And Tina says the top item was the top of a totem. Okay. Anyway, we are in some very weird futuristic world. The game promises like 60 different endings possible, and we want the best one. And then we've got all these items over here. see if I can zoom in on them even though they're so far away. Let's see, that's a little too far. So, let's see, let's get rid of these. Let's just point to them. All right, so we've got these weird items. We've got this we've got four puzzles. This one we've just solved. So we're about to open this up and see how to solve this. 3 puzzles we haven't solved. This looks like the hieroglyph room 1, which we haven't been to this room where the door is to get upstairs, oddly enough. So that might be all we need to solve that one. This one, this star chart, we think might have to do with this case that looks like a 3D star chart. This one we don't know. This one was found by the boots here. Then we've got this completely bizarre one when you talk to the caveman, he says, "Wagga baga waka, tiki tiki bam." And you can answer wagga wagga or tiki taka. We have no idea what this is. We're afraid to make a choice for fear that there's a right answer and a wrong answer. Even if one of the answers gives you sanity and one of the answers gives you stamina, that's a very important decision for us. On the other hand, this could get us free action tokens. We don't know. So it's agonizing to think that there could be a right answer to this. When Gilbert looks at him, Gilbert says an interesting statement. He says, "Agoo, aboo, agoo," as if that might be a clue. This might be the one card we can't take a hint on this card because it's not a puzzle. Interesting. Maybe there's no wrong answer. Maybe it's just a fun thing. We've also got this blue fire chalice that we use to open up the elemental tower. Do we still have need for it? We don't know. We've got a camera that we found in this room with these people in a cage. We don't know what to do with it. When Gilbert looks at it, he says, "Strange, there's a slot in it." So if this is the old-fashioned camera, you know, you put the film in the slot, you take the picture and you take the film out. But we don't know if it means we don't have the film to put in it, or we don't know what would make Gilbert take the film out, etc. And then lastly, we've got this note. It's a note from Mora, who we don't know exactly her allegiances. We think she might be a good person. We had a vision of her. She says, "Find me after leaving the tower." So this sounds like epilogue. But then what really draws our attention is that it's one of 3. She says, "I'm exactly between the 2 furthest totems in the indicated area." So this seems to suggest this is something we do after we finish chapter 2 in the epilogue. But on the other hand, because it says one of 3, it makes me think, boy, we better find those other 3 if we want to get this good ending of meeting Mora, who might be some time traveler from the future. But we don't know for sure, but is it that there's 2 more notes in these towers, and if we don't find them, we're not going to know how to get to Mora? And this is the other note from Mora, who tells us about the towers. Nothing important here. We know all about this. Magically sealed door halfway through the tower. Might be susceptible to explosives. I guess that's important. We haven't used explosives. But it doesn't seem like we need this card anymore. Okay, have I forgotten to mention anything? Let's catch up with the chat. Matt says, "It seems the game wouldn't be so stingy with attributes to lock us in on only being able to choose one tower, with even that being hard to unlock. We've hardly rested or focused." Well, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. The philosophy of the game designers for this series is really, I like it. I mean, I'm on their same wavelength. But part of that wavelength is that, from my experience, that there's a bunch of different endings, and you really have to be smart but also very lucky to get the best of the endings. And it's very possible that a bunch of pathways have now become blocked off to us. However, it's really a fascinating game design decision. This is a good time to remind you to keep notes about these things, because we'll talk about this game afterwards. And if you have thoughts on the design of this game and your favorite parts, least favorite parts, please do write them down so we can talk about them, or leave them in the comments if you're watching this afterwards. So look at how fascinating this is. So Matt was saying, it's probably going to let us get all these attributes so we could get to any tower we wanted. All right, so let me remind you what the clever trade-offs of this game are. It's actually very clever and agonizing. We've got these two decks that are ways for us to get more action tokens. But drawing from these decks to get us more action tokens so we can explore more has consequences in terms of our health and stats. Our health and stats don't do much. They do affect how many tokens we get sometimes, but the game is clear that your stats are going to affect the ending you get. So look at what the game is saying. The game is saying, hey, if you're efficient and choose the fastest path, you get out with the least damage to your health. But you may have be forced onto one path. So we may be able to get out this tower fully intact with health and get the best ending for this tower because we're best health. But our other forced choice might be that we could pick which tower to get out of, but not without paying a huge cost in health so that we get out the tower, but then get a bad epilogue for that tower. It's not going to let us die. We're always going to finish it. But if we insist on doing one path that we're not good at, we may have to pay a pretty heavy health cost. The other thing we don't know, which is important, is we've ended up with these stats based on choices we've made. We ended up with +3 stamina and +2 charisma. I don't know if there was something we did that instead of getting us +3 stamina could have gotten us +3 sanity or +3 spirit. For example, that ring in the very beginning, we chose not to pick up the ring. It may have been that that's what led us on the path of stamina, and rather than the path of sanity or charisma or spirit. If so, if that choice to not pick up the ring put us on this path, it's going to be very costly for us not to follow through on that path. And that's the genius of this game. Like, have we found ourselves in a spot where there's a natural path and bucking from that is going to cost us dearly? Now, I did have some thoughts, though. As a group, we tend to be completionists. We'd rather see everything and let Lois Lane die, or whatever the choice that Batman had to save the... Spoiler alert. Anyway, we tend to say, well, let's explore it all, and if there's consequences for being slow, so be it. In the beginning of this game, we skipped a bunch of places for the sake of efficiency because the game seemed to suggest strongly that we should. Now that we're in this exciting tower, I'm inclined to say, maybe we'll just take the hits and end up out of here very sickly, but have explored the whole place. I think my gut tells me I'd rather get out through the cool tower, unhealthy, mentally deranged, than get out quickly. And I want you to see something. Look how insane this is. We think we're on the home stretch of this game. Look at how many cards we haven't looked at. And remember that this game doesn't have cards for you've picked the wrong answer. These are all cards related to puzzles and items. Look how insane that is. In fact, there are more cards we haven't seen by a wide margin than cards we have seen. Here's the cards we have seen, plus the ones on the table. Here's the ones we haven't seen. How insane is that? And wonderful, wonderfully insane. Okay, so we don't have to make a choice yet because we still have to read what happens when we finish this puzzle. And remember, yesterday we left and I asked the channel what to remind me of the cave, very famous cave in France, where the oldest cave drawings, best cave drawings by prehistoric man were found. Channel didn't seem to know, or at least those who were with us after 5.5 hours, 6 hours. I believe, if I remember correctly, looking up, it was the Chavot cave in France, and these, which has got drawings very much like this, except even prettier, drawings of a team of hunters attacking a buffalo. So this is a cave they discovered with cave paintings by prehistoric man. I'd love to bring up, in fact, I am going to bring it up. This is a cave from 30,000 years ago. Not this one, but the real cave in France. Think about that. 30,000-year-old drawings. Let's take a look at that together. Whoops. There it is, though. I found it anyway. Let's see. Wikipedia. Look at that drawing. That's 30,000 years old. Cave that contains some of the best preserved figurative cave paintings in the world, as well as other evidence of Upper Paleolithic life. Discovered December 18, 1994. This was one of the first internet websites as well. Wow, 1994. So 30 years ago. Recently it was discovered. Can you imagine being the person who walked into that cave? Can you imagine? Hundreds of animal paintings have been cataloged, at least 13 different species. No paintings of complete human figures. Wow. There's one partial Venus figure composed of what appears to be a vulva attached to an incomplete pair of legs. Wouldn't mind seeing more. Let's see. Did I spell it rightly? Yes. Okay. A little hard to see some of these. That's the one we were looking at before. That's just insane. Channel says, check the Glasgow. Where's our Wikipedia page on it? Another cave. 600 paintings, mostly of animals. Painting of a horse. Occupation of humans, 17,000 BCE. Look, there's a human being trampled. There's someone exploring it, looking at it. Just insanity. Okay. All right, so a little bit of history there as we start the game. Anything else I've missed talking about that we want to make sure we keep in mind before we solve that last puzzle? That's all right. Anything else? There's a there's a folder on my computer of of snippets from videos that Greg and I filmed, mostly like outtakes, that are in a woke folder that cannot be shown on YouTube, otherwise we'd get canceled. So just Greg and I joking around, but I call it the woke folder. Everyone gets upset about it, but videos that I'm not allowed to put on YouTube. Although, like, there's nothing to cancel, so it feels like now I could put them out. Maybe if we ever do a Patreon on this channel, that'll be what you get. You get access to the woke folder. Although maybe you don't want access to the woke folder. Maybe that will make you think badly of me. It's harmless stuff, really. Okay, and that says, should we check for hints for this puzzle to see if we miss some logic to it since it stands out as a weak puzzle? Sure. Sure. So to remind you, in case you missed it, let me remind you what happened with this puzzle. Here are the two pieces to the puzzle. To open the door, this is going to take us to the door to one of the towers, by the way. And we've got happy, sad, and angry. And then we discovered this piece. And what we identified was there's the happy people. There's the sad people. You can see they're having a burning pyre for a dead relative. And then we figured, okay, the angry is probably this one. They're angry. I don't know. It doesn't seem like they should be angry at this deer. They're hunting, but maybe it's all adrenaline. And this one, they're cooking food, so surely they're not angry. Okay, what we noticed is that each of these has an animal in it. This one has a deer they're hunting. This one has a snake. This one has a little cat that's a friend. This one has a fish. This one has birds. So here are our three things. And then you could get numbers out of these. Like, okay, there's 3 figures in this one. There's 2 figures. Count the snake, 3, but it didn't seem right. But we know when you go to the website of the game, which it encourages you to do, for a puzzle, here's what it says. Okay, well, we already got it right. We entered it before we left yesterday. But look at that line below, which it says, which is not a hint. It's just meant to tell you how many cards you need. It said what you need for this puzzle are 2 puzzle cards and all ground floor locations. It's actually a little typo, though. Ground floor lower locations is what it's meant to say. So that's what told us that we were going to look over here. And when we did that, we remembered that there are little animals in these places. So there's a cat there. Looks like a little fox cub. There's a snake there. So basically what we did was we added up all the animals in all of these locations. So 1 deer, 2 deer, and so on. There's cat. There's another deer here. So we got like 3 deers, 2 cats, 1 snake, or 2 snakes, something like that. And that was the right answer, 2, 3, 4. So there were 4 deers, 3 cats, and 2 snakes. But it was a shame because I loved this drawing that we found on the caveman's cave. I just hated that there was no, like, guessing that seemed like a stretch without that hint from the thing. So anyway, sorry that I'm taking so long to get to all this, but Matt was saying, let's check the hints to see if there was a better clue for that. Okay, so here are our hints. Emotions are a universal language. Start assigning emotions shown on the door to the scene on the wall, right? That's what we did. And then it says, note what animals accompany people in the scenes from the wall. Right, that's what we got. And then animals are in every tower, count them. So there was nothing wrong with that puzzle except for the fact that it very unusually needed us to count the animals in the lower tower. And it doesn't seem like there's a great reason why you would know to do that as opposed to something else. Like, why shouldn't you count the animals only on this floor? Why on all, anyway, something like that. It would have been, Matt says also it's misleading because the animals are in the bottom 3 floors, not just the ground floor. That's right. And someone else, I forget if it was Matt, someone else made a really nice point, which is a kind of point that we like to make on this channel, which is that the other problem with that as a puzzle is that it wants 3 numbers for the 3 animals. And if you missed one animal in one location and you got the wrong answer, you would have no idea, like there's no close. And that's just a little weird. Normally with these ants, with most of the puzzles in this game, and most of the puzzles when I consider a good puzzle, almost all the puzzles in this game, when we got it right, we knew right away we had gotten it right before we went to the app. And that's to me how a good puzzle should work. You're like, struggle with it for a half hour, and then you say, wait a minute, I see it. It's this, 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 and this, and then you're sure because it just makes sense. This did not quite have that flavor. Like, we weren't sure when we did it. All right. But let us, 33 minutes in, actually proceed and solve this puzzle. All right, so let me just move things a little bit around. Map out of the way, cards out of the way. So the exciting part is that we've solved this puzzle, which should let us in to this tower. I hear a little alarm outside the room. Can you guys hear that? Do you hear the beeping? I wonder if you can hear it. It's probably going to get louder. It's probably my alarm clock. I don't know why it's going off later. Maybe my wife will get it. All right, so let's go read that paragraph. Can you hear that though? Otherwise, I'll take a break now and hear. Okay, you guys don't really hear. Maybe the noise suppression that's being used is blocking that out as well. Okay, 214 we're told to read. All right, we're opening the tower. What tower is that? That's the mental tower. Here we go. This is kind of exciting. You place the knobs in the right positions and the door gives way. As you walk through it, you see an insane landscape and hear a male voice speaking directly into your mind. Welcome to my precious tower. It's really nice of you to give a piece of your soul away like that. Oh, you probably didn't know that, right? Just as you entered the tower, a part of your soul was captured. It will remain trapped here as a decoration. You will have no way of communicating with other people. Oh, he's still talking. Oh, you probably didn't know that, right? Just as you entered the tower, a part of your soul was captured. It will remain trapped here as a decoration. You will have no way of communicating with other people. We need to make sure everyone has equal chances, right? Yes, of course. I didn't ask you. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you mad? Stop talking. I'm not the one talking. Yes, you are. Don't you see that the voice stops abruptly in the middle of a sentence? Most of it made little sense apart from the soul bit. So here's the crazy person who's created this tower. The crazy mage has created this tower. He's talking to himself. And apparently he said part of our soul is captured in this tower. Okay, the good news is there's more down here. Discard cards 88 and 37. Those are the puzzle pieces. Take a number of action tokens equal to half your sanity rounded up. Okay, well, our sanity is 5. Rounded up means we got 3 new action tokens, which is fantastic. We've got another lease on life. Okay. Reveal location L12 and card 114, the top of the tower. Take card 32 and attach it as our map card. To find out what Gilbert thinks of the door leading to the attic, combine his card with the upper floor map card. Okay, so let's just come out of this view. Let me separate my cards again. Okay, so it said flip this card over. That's the mental tower. Okay. And the attic. And let's see what that says. So to get out of here, we have to have a sanity of 10. And we can ask Gilbert about it. Remember that our stamina is 8, but our sanity is 5. So we're going to have a much harder time of getting our sanity up. Assuming we even can. We really have no idea how to. Okay, and then it directs us to take a map card for that, 32. Okay, so this is the map card for this tower, which I'm going to put right there. And we're reminded that we can ask Gilbert about it. So let's do that now before we take a closer look at that. So I'm going to say combine cards. I'm going to ask Gilbert about that tower's card. The worm vines around whisper to you, here lies the power behind every worm vine, the power to take control over any mind that surrounds you. Just imagine what life will be like when everyone will listen to you. So if we take this power, the power of the mind, of sanity, it sounds not like we're going to cure our village, but that we can take over any mind around us. That sounds like we might go a little mad if we do this. I am not a giant fan of this tower. But let's take a closer look at it, because it sure looks interesting. I may need to move the iron. I'm going to add our new 3 action tokens. So now we have 4 again. That's pretty good. I'm going to bring this over so we can take a better look at it with the good camera. All right, what have we got here? A blackboard with plants, it looks like. This is a plant room. A blackboard with plants. Maybe it's telling us how to grow certain plants. These look like more plants, mostly empty pitchers, empty planters, arranged on little platforms. So this looks like a puzzle that would go together. So maybe it would be an easy way to solve a puzzle by going to these 2 things. Then we've got we've got a room full of creatures, maybe cats. They look like they might be different colored eyes, but boy, that looks scary. And then we've got a room with skulls that go in space circles, a face, and it looks like little pictures. But I do have something that I notice. These little pictures feel like uniform-sized squares that might be the perfect size for our camera. Sounds like the channel was thinking the same thing. Jonathan says, in addition, every time we open a tower, it gives us at least 1 action. And I believe the time tower gave us our spirit, which was 2. So it might be for a net cost of 1 if we happen to have the puzzle pieces for this one, that we could unlock this door, which would have its own benefits, but also net us a net gain of 1 action token, especially since we haven't been here. So I like that idea, although I do also like the idea that the camera goes here. All right, soon let's try to unlock this tower, whatever the cost may be at doing something inefficient. Like, if we were going for efficiency, we should just concentrate on this, under the assumption that maybe solving these will get us the stamina we need for this. Like, that might be the way to go. We think we might know how to solve this, or what to use for this, so that's tempting. But this might get us this for this. Let's try to open this up. Surely we're going to go here, right? The one place we haven't been to yet. Especially since the Chrono Tower is the most appealing, and we want to see what the power is. So let's take one of our actions and go there. 263. That doesn't seem like you're not going to convince me not to do that. That's why I'm doing it without having a poll. But we'll have a vote soon. All right. Your skin begins to crawl, but it's only because you are cold. The single torch does not help much. Like in the other towers, the way up is blocked. As you're in the Tower of Time, you want to know if you'll find the future or the past in the upper half. Perhaps this will reveal all secrets. For now, however, you must open this door. It doesn't look like a simple task, as the writing on it is in a language you definitely don't know. That sure sounds like it's part of this puzzle. Okay, take card 22. Okay, card 22. Hmm. It is more of the writing, and it absolutely is, combined with this puzzle. Three things. It looks like maybe they overlay. Yes. In fact, that does not look that complicated. It looks like these are shapes are going to go on top of these shapes and form the full words. Right? Look, that's an M. That's clearly the left half of an M and the right half of an M. That's clearly the right half of an A and the left half of an A. So this is not that hard a puzzle. So it feels like we can do this. It does, however, feels like we need either a computer. I'm trying to think. I do have tracing paper. I could trace it. I'm wondering if this isn't a time for me to try some new tablet tricks. If I have the skill to do it. Can trace it manually. All right, let me trace it manually. I do want to get into a better habit of using the tablet for some of these tasks. Let's get out our stuff though. I do have tracing paper. I need to get some higher quality tracing paper that I can see through better. That's not easy to see through. I have the dry erase, but it doesn't seem like I have fine enough pens for the dry erase. Okay, I guess this is gonna work. It's just hard to see through it. I need better. Why do you make tracing paper that's so hard to see through? Don't you think? You think it would be easier with the dry erase? Certainly easier to write. It's just I don't know if I have fine enough dry erase for it. Let me try it. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think I have fine enough dry erase. I don't. I can't do it that way. Wonder if we could just do it. We don't really want to do it mentally, do we? I'm just trying to think in my head whether it's easier. I should have gotten better tracing paper. It's my own fault. Don't think I have some ability to do this. Let's see. There's my registration lines. Okay. This is kind of painful because I'm sort of guessing. I don't think this is going to work. I just can't see it well enough. What's the best way to do this? Well, I mean, we can do it by hand. I don't really particularly want to. I'm trying to think, if I knew how to use that sketch app, SketchUp, I could do it better. Why don't we take a break? Let me take 8 minutes and I'll think about it. Sorry for the delay. I'm just trying to think of the proper way to do it. I'd rather have a system that let me do this better in the future. And really, tracing paper is the answer. It's just that my tracing paper is inferior. And that's my own fault. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. We'll see if we don't have a better way to do this. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I will get some better tracing paper in the future, but I do have a solution for us in the meantime. I am just going to use a piece of transparency film, and we will write on it with a very fine tipped permanent marker. And that, I suspect, should work. So let us line this up with the top of the card and trace over this as best we can. There may be some extraneous marks here and there where I can't see it exactly. I think we can do it well enough to make it out. Can't tell if there's something else there. Suppose my glasses would help me. Oh yeah, that's better. That's a lot better. Okay. Could be something here. All right, so there's our top one. You take a closer look if I missed anything. It's about right. And now let's put it over this one. Okay, so can you guys read that? A little hard. I can see what it says though. A little misaligned. But let's see if you can read what it says. Yeah, you can read that, right? It says, I make two people out of one. What am I? I make two people out of one. What am I? A little old school riddle. I make two people out of one. What am I? I know the chat's going to get this in a second. I don't even want to look. Let me think about this for a second. What makes two people out of one? Um, I make two people out of one. Where's our little thinking clock here? I actually worked on something that should allow me to adjust the time. Let me put it up here. Do I have the ability to adjust this? Let me see. Yes, I do. Okay. We're going to take 7 minutes to allow everyone to work on this. Don't look in the chat if you don't want the clue. I'm sure they've solved it already. We're going to sit in silence and think about this riddle for a bit. This is like a bonus break for those of you who've solved it or see it in the chat. I make two people out of one. I'm not particularly good at riddles. We could get a hint at the number of things. I'm going to increase this up a bit. Okay. Let's get a hint about how many things. Okay, so it's a 6-symbol answer. Probably 6-letter, sorry. 6-letter answer. So read literally 2 people out of 1 person. But it's a little bit ambiguous. A mirror. Mirror? Does a mirror make 2 people out of 1? Kind of. I'm not looking at the chat in case I'm wrong or right. Does a mirror make 2 people out of 1? Kind of. You look in the mirror, then there's 2 people in the room. Doesn't quite pass that smell test where you know the answer's right. Although it is a 6th letter, M-I-R-R-O-R. That's the one thing that's locked me in. Unfortunately, you know how these things work. Your mind locks in on an idea, like, I'm stuck now. I won't be able to think of an alternate answer. My mind will get locked onto the idea of mirror. Let me check in with the chat. Now I'm looking at the answer from the chat. Looks like, oh, I'm not going to spoil it for those still thinking. Let's let the people still thinking work on it. Don't look in the chat. Someone posted today on the Dear Homes, Veggie Dog or something, posted on the Dear Homes video that we had, saying that they liked the videos, which was very kind. I really do appreciate hearing from people who watch the channel if they like it. And they were saying how they occasionally get ready to type something, but someone else has beat them to it. And I said, yeah, we've got some ringers now, like Antina and Nicola in particular, such that if you want even a shot at solving these puzzles, you have to just put on your horse blinders and not look in the chat, because Nicola and Antina are going to end up solving it before you even get your boots on. But now I've gotten used to it. I just don't look at the chat. There's a puzzle, don't look in the chat. Let Antina and Nicola solve it. Give me a couple extra minutes. I've got my 2 coffees here. So let me explain in this 2-minute period while people are thinking what I go through. Now that I can run the air conditioner, it's not so bad. But here are the things I do so that I can normally keep the air conditioner off. I make the ice cold coffee. So the coffee, I don't have, no hot liquids are allowed in the room now during the summer months. I'd rather be drinking hot tea and coffee, but I ice them now. And then down below the desk, my feet are resting on ice pads, like ice packs that you would put in your lunch cooler, which is my wife's idea. It seems to actually help a little bit. But now that I've been able to, and then during the breaks, the air conditioner goes on full power. But right now the air conditioner is running on full power. You guys don't seem to hear it much. And Tina says, sorry if it's off-putting to some. Maybe I shouldn't put my thoughts right away. No, no, no. That's the game. You are absolutely doing the right thing. When you figure out the answer, you get it out there in the chat. The solution is very simple. If people want help, they look in the chat. Those who have solved it already have put their answer in the chat. It's fun for you guys to get your answers in quick. That's how you get your MVP rating. So yeah, by all means, you put it, when you figure it out, you type it. Don't hold back. It's just if all of us know, if we don't want help, we don't look in the chat. It's that simple. There's nothing that needs to be fixed about this system. As long as, well, the only downside is you guys have to wait around while I work on it. And that's, if you're okay with that, or even if you're not okay, that's the system we have. You shouldn't worry. You put the answer in as soon as you get it, you get credit for it. And there's no problem. Nothing needs to be fixed. All right, here we go. So we finished with our thinking break, which I can now turn off. That all works well. And we can see in the chat that Tina figured out it was mirror way ahead of time. So I came in down here after Hop's comment. Hop says, where is Jesse located that it's so hot? Well, I'm in Champaign, Illinois, which is the Midwest. It's not actually that hot outside. The problem is that I live in a 5-story 1929 brick condo. I'm on the top floor. Above me is 6 or 8 feet and then a black flat roof. There's no central air. So basically, even when it's 80 degrees outside, it's like 95 degrees in the attic, radiating down in this room. And I've got 7 monitors, 3 cameras, a bunch of lights, a big giant computer, a couple laptops, a bunch of equipment here, some UPS back. So basically it's like I've got a heater running in this room constantly, like a high-powered heater heating up this room. So I must be actively cooling this room at all times. All right, so we believe we're all in agreement, though, that the answer to this is mirror. I make 2 people out of 1. Yep, that was it. Okay, 272. Okay, that was fun. It's always fun to solve it. All right, let's see what we've got. So we believe we're going to open up the chrono, the time tower now, which is amazing and very exciting. I'm thrilled to get this tower open. After you speak the word, the door swings open. As you wander upstairs, you pass stranger and stranger items. Some kind of magic must be powering many of the contraptions as they move, talk, or burn with a bright light. They're talking about electricity, I think. Suddenly, everything goes silent and you hear a woman's voice. Welcome to the strangest of towers, where all that was and could ever be meets the present. We've foreseen the coming of many travelers seeking power. Yet we must make sure that humanity will not follow the same path of destruction again. All you've seen on those floors already happened. Humanity chose the path of technological advancement, which in the end led to disaster. Only a handful survived. This is why we used what was left of our power to create Wyrmwoods, and denied the survivors advanced technology. We did our best. Now everything is in your hands. So what have we got here? We've now got a situation where we've discovered something about the world we're in here. This medieval primitive setting is the future. Our world is the future, where humanity has gotten so advanced that it's caused destruction. And now, if I'm reading this right, this voice is saying that they've come and stepped in, created these Wyrmwoods in the future to deny the survivors, which we are part of, the race of survivors, the tribes of survivors in the future, that led to a disaster. And these future people have created Wyrmwoods to deny the survivors advanced technology. Like if you try to create advanced technology, these Wyrmwoods things make you mad, drive you crazy. So we thought we were in the past, in an old village in the olden times, but we're really in the future. That explains all these futuristic towers, etc. Makes you all the more want to go up this tower, don't you think? All right, let's see what we get now. Discard cards 22 and 109. Okay, those were the puzzle cards. Reveal location card 8 and 178. That's our final chrono tower. Take card 141 and attach it. Okay. Take number of tokens equal to our spirit. Unfortunately, our spirit is only 2. Maybe if we had taken that ring, we'd have more. I always begrudge us not taking that ring. To find out what Gilbert thinks, you can ask him about it. Okay. So we have unlocked our final tower. We've got 2 new action tokens for a total of 5. We've revealed the time tower, and look at that! It's inside like a spaceship and a modern house. Wow, and look, there's that totem that we saw on that other puzzle card. And then let's see what this says. Oh my god, to open the door, your current spirit must be at least 10. We have 2. How would we ever get up to 10 spirit? Is there any even possible way for us to achieve that? Or have we just gone, is it just not on the path we've taken to get here, not possible? Well, we haven't seen any way to increase any of our stats, but it could be that these will increase them. Take a look at this. Wow, look at that. So we're in space. Hey, look, there's that deep space scene that was seen on that. This is all reminiscent of this card, right? There's the deep space scene. There's the desktop scene. There's the totem. So this looks like it's all about this world here. All right, what do we see here? So we see a spaceship. There's scene of outer space. It looks like a hologram. A little plant space projected 3D holographic map. Airlock. Down here we have someone's modern setup as if it was in our times. We've got post-it notes. Computer, desk, some monitors. Look like they're watching the news, perhaps. A desktop with a TV. And then down here, we've got a scary scene where we've got the blue banner that we've seen on the map occasionally with a skull. This weird electric totem. Maybe a skull on a desk. This scene is scary to me. I don't really want to go down there. So let me fill this in here. So there are a couple weird things. First of all, let me note, we've been to every place on all of the ground floors except here, which we haven't been and haven't seem to need to go. We haven't, looks like a puzzle, but we haven't encountered the puzzle that this seems to be part of, nor do we see anything that suggests it's part of it. We could hope that in any one tower, this would get us extra stats, so that, like, maybe there's a couple puzzles here. If you solve them, it gets you enough stamina to get here. Maybe here, these puzzles you solve gets you enough spirit to go up. Maybe here, if we solve these, we get enough sanity to go up. Or it could be they're random, so it could be any of these gives you stamina or whatever. We don't know. We don't know if it's isolated. And then this is our map card for this tower, which we're going to now ask Gilbert his thoughts on. So 34 and 141. Gilbert says, "You hear words, but you cannot find their source. They sound as spoken by many different persons, one by one. Time sets everything in motion. Without time, the world would be an empty husk. But time is much more than just seconds, minutes, hours. This power will let you control time itself and change everything." Well, I mean, if you needed any motivation to prefer the time tower, the mental tower is like, you can read people's minds and you're going to go insane if you go this tower's power. The elemental tower seemed like it was meant to be the easier one. We got it first, but would everyone get it first? We don't know. The time tower is like, everything's great about this. You can do time, it's the hardest. I just don't know if that path is closed off to us. It may very well be that without something that gave us extra spirit, we're never going to be able to get up to the top of this tower. It seems so hard for us to get up to 10 spirit. What is on the top of the bench? Yeah, I couldn't tell, but I can get a close-up of it. Let's take a close-up of these spaces. That's a skull. This room is scary down here. That's a skull. That's a skull. This looks like it's a scene of the destruction of the world. That's what we've got here. Look what we've got. We've like the progression through time. Maybe, I don't know. That looks like a destruction of the world down here. Warring factions gone to war. And then we get to our modern times. Looks like there might be, each of these post-its might have a letter on them. Oh, there's our kite. Look at that. There's our kite. Unfortunately, we'd have to spend an extra action to get to this puzzle because we've never been to the kites yet. So it's going to cost us 2 to do that. What's on these monitors? This looks like maybe they're watching CNN or something, some news channel. Also, there's a bunch of plants on this level. And then there's the deep space. I wonder who this person is. Maybe they'll give us some information. Well, intriguing. Very intriguing. And this puzzle looks like it's almost like a meta puzzle. I think we looked this one up and it said you have to know you have to solve all the other puzzles or something. Let's look at this again to give us a reminder. Can we look at the lock shoe puzzle in the app? All right, Jonathan was thinking on the same wavelength as me. I believe that this told us we had to unlock all the towers to do this. Let's look it up in the app. So it's the T puzzle. Let me do it so you can see it. Okay, here's the T puzzle. And it says you need 2 puzzle cards. So we're missing a puzzle card, but you also need all towers uncovered. So we have got all towers uncovered, but we don't have the other piece of that puzzle. I almost think that this is requiring us to look on the desktop, but looking on the desktop is the kite puzzle, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it requires us to go to this, which is at the top. We've been in the cave. We haven't been to this place. We haven't been to this place. We've been to the Egyptian. We haven't been to the space scene. That's another possibility. It is interesting to ask. I wonder if this isn't just like ranking these in order of time, but if it was, then we would be able to solve it without another puzzle piece. So clearly there's some other information in the other puzzle piece. But the question is, where would we get that other puzzle piece? We don't know the answer to that. You might imagine this could get us extra action, so that's why that's a bit appealing. All right, well, we've got 5 tokens now. We've got a bunch of tokens, so we have a little more breathing space. Let's see what the chat is thinking. There's a giant spider on the monitor in front of me. John says, should we just exploring the time tower and see what it's like? I think that's a good idea. Spider's kind of creeping me out. Okay. I feel like the spider has come out of this game. So I think Jonathan has the right idea. Let's start exploring this tower, but let's explore it with a purpose. Let's explore it in a way that hopefully we can solve it. So I suggest we go here because it's the one place, here or here. These are the places that are related, that we think we know how they're connected to some puzzles. They both seem to be connected to this puzzle in a way, either this for this or this for this, and this seems to connect to our puzzle here. So it seems to me like this is our best bang for our buck right here. What do you think? The only thing I don't love is that it will need us to go here. The other option is to say, well, we have this star chart puzzle. Should we go up here, which might let us solve it without expending anything else? That would be another completely valid approach. Jonathan says, and Tina says we have the planets. That's what I just mentioned. And Jonathan says, what's on the wall above the desk on the left side of the floor with the computers? You mean the Post-it notes? Those look like So this looks like you're watching the news. They might be watching the news about the disasters. This looks like it might be weather related. Look, umbrella, and this is a weather forecast. So I think this might be weather related. But then these post-it notes look like symbols. Like each one has one symbol on it. This one looks like it's got an A on it. Do we have any other place where there's symbols? Not really. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Doesn't really help us much. Six post-it notes. Are there 6 things we need for a shoe puzzle? I believe there's only 5 things that we need for the shoe puzzle. And it feels like the shoe puzzle needs an answer from each of these scenes rather than just one location. So if I had to guess, I'd guess that this card doesn't really need us to go here to solve it. So that troubles me. But and then we've got, can we see how many puzzle pieces this needs? Because if it needs 3, then we've got a candidate set of, like, we've got a star chart here in 3D, and then we've got a star, looks like a cabinet here. Wait, is it a star cabinet or a cracked cabinet? I see, it's not a star cabinet at all. We thought it was like a map of the sky in there, but it's not. It's just a broken cabinet that someone has taken something out of, it looks like. And then here is someone holding the earth in its hands. And then 3 different scenes. Oh, look what I see! Look what I see! Post-it note symbols. There's post-it note symbols that match the post-it note symbols here. And I think this might be weather news on the weather. And this might be weather related. Chat says there are planets in the time tower. Yes, there are. I don't think we need an answer from each scene with the shoe puzzle. I think it will turn out that, like the animal puzzle where we have to count animals on the illustrations. I think you're probably right. The shoe puzzle said it needs 2 puzzle cards. Don't know how we use the illustration. Da, 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 da. Okay, so, but we have made some breakthroughs, some very subtle breakthroughs. There are post-it notes here. And there are post-it notes here. And this looks like it might be weather related, and this cabinet could be weather related. I'm a little worried, though, that we're going to end up trying to solve this puzzle, which we don't really want to solve, I don't think, if it's leading us up to the element tower. I'm rather interested in solving the time tower. I'm very interested in solving this. Does anyone have any theories about where we would find the other piece of this puzzle? Is there any way to know where we would find the other half of this puzzle? So remember, we got this card down there. Look what I see. Do you see this? Look at that. Look at this. This is the boots. You can see those symbols for the puzzle are around this wood thing, but look at this. You recognize that, right? It's here. It's on this card. Is that the clue we need to know how to find the other piece of this puzzle? What do you think about that? Look at that. They even line up. Is this going to be related to this? Or is it just that this is the mage on the ground floor, so that's what he does? One thing that's a very big concern, though, is that this space is split over two. Like, how would we know where to go to this one or this one? This is the one we think has to do with the camera, though, so we could go here. But if we go here, we're probably going to get the plates for the camera. If we go here, these almost look like shoe racks. I think it might be, unfortunately, as much as I really thought that that was going to be where we would find the other half of that puzzle, I'm starting to think not now. Well, lots of possibilities. Let's see how many puzzle pieces this card needs. Because we do have those space chart in the future, so maybe if we're keen to do upper space stuff, and this only needs one more, maybe we should go there. 2 puzzle cards. Okay. So we have this. If we're keen to solve something related to the future, there's a space station here. And in the future, at the top, near the top of the tower, is a space chart. And we now believe that's the only space chart. That seems like our best bet to get some progress on the space tower, the time tower. What do you think about that? I suggest that we do that puzzle then, and maybe it'll give us some insight into the time tower. This seems like our best shot at solving a puzzle with the cheapest for the least number of actions. All right, let's do it. So we're going to take one of our 5 actions. We're going to go to this location right here. Sorry, I'll put it here. Which is P264. Don't forget, at any moment, we could go to that caveman guy and talk to him. 264. This must be the future. You understand nothing from all that surrounds you, but everything looks futuristic. Suddenly you hear a strange sound and a glowing red tablet starts blinking. You approach it and surprisingly notice that you do understand the writing it displays. Take card 172. Okay. Let me just keep track. We went to 260. Now it's telling us to take 172. All right, so what are we hoping for? We're hoping for a connection to this puzzle. Let's see if we were right. We were right. Awesome. All right. SOS alert. Team 1, help us. We're on planet K and we need to reach Station W as soon as possible. Team 1, they're hunting us. We need to change the path color after each station so they can't find us. Team 1, are you there? Quickly now, we need your help. Show us the fastest path. This is actually happening in this tower. We are actually fielding a request for help. So they're on K, they need to get to W as soon as possible, and the path color has to change each time. So here we go. We are actually, this isn't like a puzzle. This is helping someone stranded in the future in space. Okay, so where are they? They're on K. They need to travel as fast as possible. So we want the shortest route to W that changes color on each leg. Color of the path. I don't know why the planets are different. It doesn't seem like that's important. So let's think. If they go K to, they have to go K to S, right? That's the only place you can go from K. So obviously K to S. All right, now you got choices. Well, you can't go to A because that's the same color again, and you can't go to B. But you could go to M or O. But you could go to M because then you could get off at C. So from S, we could go either to M or to O. Those are our two paths. If you go to O, then your next trip has to be to D. That's the only one of a different color. And then from D, you could go to C, or you could go to B. But there wouldn't be any point in going to C because we can get to C quicker. So if you went to D, the only logical place of a unique path would be to go to M. Sorry, if you went to D, then the only other path along green would be to B. And then if you went to B, you'd have to go next to P because you wouldn't go to S or O. We've already been there quicker. And then if you went to P, you'd be stuck because you couldn't go to I and we've already been to M. So that whole path to O is out. So instead, we've got the path K to S to M. If you do that, after M, you must go to C. From C, you must go to D. But now we're in worse shape because we could have gotten to D faster. So something else must be wrong. O to D to P. Maybe I was wrong about O to D to P. Wait, why do O to D to B to P? That doesn't work. We could work backwards. Backwards is probably the smartest way. This is where the chat's already figured it out. Okay, W, we go backwards. W to I. Then you must go either to P or O. And I believe we can get to O faster. So W to I. What did I say? W to I to O. And then from O to, you can't go from O to S anymore though. But you could go from O to D. To C. To I to A to... Gotten myself confused again. Let me try it again. I can see the chat has come up with solution, and I'm not going to look at it. I want to work on it myself. Okay, so start at the end. W to I I guess maybe the mistake I made is you can loop back on itself. I was eliminating paths when I looped back, but you may be forced to loop back. Okay, so let's do it again backwards. W to I, then you must take either the O path or the P path. So O or P, different paths. If you go W to I to O, then your next path must be a D. That's the only unique color. But then you could go to B or C. If you went to B, you then have a whole bunch of choices. If you went to C from D, D to C, then where would you want to go next? From D to C, then to M, then to S, then to K. So it seemed S and K. I think I have a route here. You go K to S, S to M, M to C. We're checking for violations here. M to C via the blue, then C to D via green, then D to O via red, then O to I. O to I via yellow, and then I to W via blue. Okay, so here's a route. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 route path. I guess we need to know how many paths we have to make it in. So let's see if it is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, that's what I have. 7 paths, 8 letters. So there we have it. Doesn't KS... So it looks like Jonathan has a different answer. I have the same... No, I have the same answer you have, Jonathan, but you're saying you found a different path? Let's look at the chat. So my path is this way in reverse. KSMCDOIW. KSMCDOIW. Okay, so that's the same answer that Jonathan has. But then Jonathan says, doesn't KSO... Jonathan thinks he has another path that also works. That's also 8. Let's see if that's right. Do you still think it also works, Jonathan? Let me see. So you're saying another path is K to S red, S to O yellow, O to D red, D to B green, B to O yellow, O to I yellow. That's no good, Jonathan. That's illegal. You can't go B to O via yellow and then O to I via yellow. So your second answer is not also a valid answer. So we do have what looks like our unique answer. Although it's possible the game would even let us have multiple answers. One of the benefits of using the app is they could have 2 possible answers. All right, so first of all, that was fun. I don't know how you would verify that that's the shortest path. That's just a path within the right number of answers. It's clear, it feels to me like you do need to kind of know how many answers there are before you're sure. The really coolest thing about this puzzle is the narrative setup of it and the idea that it feels like this is really happening. It's not just a puzzle, but maybe it is thematically, I'm just trying to imagine that we are actually helping someone in the future. All right, so let's put in our answer for this and see what happens. Like, what are we going to get? What are we going to get for our reward for solving this? So KSMCDOIW. What are we going to get? All right, here we go. Check. Cosmic, read paragraph 219. Kind of exciting. You touch the magic panel in a way that seems logical to you, and it answers with a knocking sound. A small compartment opens underneath, revealing an item buzzing with an aura of power. Discard the cards that we use to solve the puzzle and take card 124. What do you think? Is this going to give us spirit? And if so, how much? Okay. What's on the back of this card may go a long way to tell us how we approach the end of this game. If it's spirit, then we've got one plan. If it's an object, then we don't really know much. If it's mental or stamina, then we've got a different challenge on our hand. All right, are you ready? Let's take a break first. We'll come back, we'll turn over that card. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've solved a space puzzle. We're about to see what the card is. Before we do, let's chat for a little bit about something. I have this little espresso mug made at Zazzle for the Co-op for Two channel. You can buy it if you want. I don't get it. I don't benefit from it. No profit comes to me. It's just set at cost on Zazzle if you wanted a little espresso mug. I have a couple of extras. I am going to be at Gen Con in August. If anyone is going to Gen Con and wants to meet up and get an espresso mug, I have a couple. I'd be happy to give them out. I was also thinking it might be fun to have like a t-shirt. I was thinking like, Baker Street Irregulars is Sherlock Holmes's group of irregulars. And I was thinking maybe something like, if someone wants to design a little, if someone has the skills to design a little shirt for us or something, either with the logo, but I was thinking something like we could figure out a name for a street. We could call it like C42 Irregulars for Co-op for Two. Some clever little name. Might be fun to have a shirt. You know, I'm big into t-shirts. If someone has a good design for one with a clever name, I think playing off Baker Street Irregulars might be a good name for the group. Anyway, just an idea. My friend Harlan Harris, when we were in graduate school, there was a group I started called ANN-CBT, Artificial Neural Networks and Computational Brain Theory. And Harlan Harris had a theory about groups, organizations. I don't know if he invented it or if he heard it from somewhere. And his theory was about the evolution of such groups and organizations. And what he said was all organizations evolve or grow until the point that they create a t-shirt or a hat logo. And then they go all downhill from there, which I thought was a very intriguing theory. So it's a little dangerous to try to create merchandise for your organization, your group, your YouTube channel, because maybe that's the kiss of death. Maybe at that point, you've finished doing substantive stuff, and you're starting to mess with the merchandise. Okay, let us go back. If anyone's planning on going to Gen Con, let me know. Do come up to me if some miracle happens and someone who watches this channel goes to Gen Con, please do come up and tell me you watched the channel. It would be fun. What on earth? We found the ring. We found a ring. Holy cow. Ring of the Schwartz. It has a reference to something called Spaceballs engraved on the inside. Strange. So this is a reference to the comedy movie Spaceballs. I'm not sure how much I like that. But wow, look at what we've got here. It almost feels like if we had gotten that ring in the beginning, it might have also helped our spirit. But look at what's happened. We've lost stamina, made it less likely we would go up the stamina tower. But wow, has it increased our spirit. So we're going to add it to Gilbert's thing. So Gilbert's list of modifiers. All right, so we're now up to 6 spirit. We've made it harder for us to do the elemental tower, but more feasible to go up the chrono tower. And I think it's worth spending a moment to talk about how logically we anticipated and orchestrated that. We asked ourselves, what was the best bang for the buck, the most efficient way we might make progress up this tower? And how might we find out if solving one of the puzzles at this tower is going to give us stamina? That was what we aimed for, and our arrow struck true because we were right in identifying that that was a puzzle we could solve right away, that it would be related to space and the time tower. And our best hopes turned out to be true in terms of getting more spirit. One more 4+4 puzzle would do it for us, would get us enough to get off the space tower. Now, whether the next puzzle is really going to be worth 4 or not, hard to know. And are we paying too high a price in stamina? It's now our second best stat. But it's hard to know what... I mean, that was our easy puzzle that we were sure had to do with our space. But we don't have such an easy situation anymore. Although, Jonathan says, should we go to the computer next? I think probably so. So obviously we think we want to stay on this tower here, the time tower. That's our best shot. But let me point out that this puzzle seems to be about space boots. This is almost like Marty McFly's, I guess he had a skateboard. These look like space boots though, and we found them in the time tower here. So this would be our best shot, perhaps. We've already got one of the two. If we could figure out where to get this other puzzle piece, this might be our best shot at climbing the Chrono Tower and getting spirit. If you look at this, this totem is here, also in the Chrono Tower. This is here, but these are all spread out. We think these are things like the animal thing, that maybe you don't have to need these to solve this puzzle. These are just places you have to go to help you solve it, but not where you'd find the other one of these. So maybe these are places we shouldn't look for this. If that's true, then going here is not what we want. The question is, where would we get this? What do you think about this idea? Look at this guy. His legs are faded away. Might this guy be the other piece that has to do with the boots? Is he wearing those boots? It is at the top of the tower. They are boots that someone would wear. It does seem to be faded down by where his boots are. On the other hand, that goes against a little bit of my logic about avoiding these places, because this is there. So going here is appealing because we've got these here. So this could be another puzzle. And since we've already broken through this tower, maybe so this feels like this is not going to be this puzzle, but it could be a puzzle that we could solve with its two pieces here. So that's appealing for that reason. And it might be a puzzle to get spirit, but it could also be a puzzle to go up this tower. That would be unfortunate. This is certainly intriguing too. These are the three places we haven't been. So this place, this place, this place, and this place are both appealing, and this, and this. These are all actually appealing in one way or the other. So those could be good places to go. Then again, the other theory is that where we found the boots was here, and this face is found here. That's a reason to go there, and we have the plates we think that would go with this. But that doesn't seem to be in our time tower related. We have to be smart about this if we want to get out of this chrono tower. And Tina says, which side of the room with the face you thought was on the table would you lean towards, the photos or the skulls? Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know. And Tina says, if we think there's no place that will help us with the caveman, maybe we should answer his question. That one really troubles me. It honestly troubles me, but I don't know. I just don't know. Like my gut tells me that this place is Caveman's home in a different thing. Like here he is sitting with the fire and his cave, and here is ice blocks and an igloo. And we've never been to the igloo. So I'm a little hesitant to answer his question until we look in there. But obviously that's a huge risk. So I don't feel like I'm ready to answer his question. On the other hand, he is in the chrono tower, so answering his question could help us with the chrono tower. I'd like to make the case that we go here. Because maybe we can talk to that person and learn something. It is at the top of the chrono tower. Maybe he wants his boots. If not, then it's at least the space stuff that's on the boot puzzle. Maybe it'll give us a clue about that. So how do you guys feel about that, going to the space guy? All right, let's have a vote. I'll go where the channel wants to go. Just say vote and then describe where you want to go. I've made the case that we go to the boots guy. But we have 4 tokens. I think it's reasonable that we could go anywhere. Not anywhere. I mean, we're focused like a laser on getting up the chrono tower. It's just a matter of what's our best shot at that. I mean, you could argue that going to this face, getting something for our camera might help us with get something for this puzzle, but if you had to guess, you'd guess that would all be related to this mind tower. Okay, so Nicola votes for the photos, which are the face with the photos, to use the camera. There's photos for camera. There's photos for camera. So if you had to guess, it's going to help us with this thing. On the other hand, there's the star chart down here. So that was related to our future. But the photos don't seem to have anything to do with the chrono tower. Let me remind you, it's even more fraught than we've been saying, because like if you solve a puzzle in the wrong tower, you can lose stats in the other area. Like we solved a puzzle in the chrono tower and we lost stamina. If we're not careful and solve a puzzle on the mental tower, we could lose spirit. So we have to be very careful about what puzzles we solve here. Anyone want to vote? The skull side of the photo room. Jonathan wants to, both of you want to go in the mental insane asylum level on different sides of it. What are you doing to us? I think Jonathan's thinking is, correct me if I'm wrong, that the face is related to the face with the boots, and that here we know it's going to connect to the camera, but here we don't know what it's going to do. And this skull might be related to this skull here. But is it really going to be boots? Glenn C says the boots guy. So we've got one of each, and then I'm voting for the boots guy. Or we're calling him the boots guy, but we don't really know. Photos, says Jonathan. That's two. Looks like photos are tech from different times. So we've got 2 votes for the photos and 2 votes for the boots guy. When you add mine. And then Tina hasn't voted. Okay, and Tina. So I think there's a good chance we'll do both of these things. We'll go to the photos that 2 people want to go to, and we'll go to the boots guy that 2 people want to go to. But if Tina has a preference, or anyone else wants to come vote, if you've never spoken up in the channel, now's your chance. I can bring this closer so we have a better view of it with the good camera. So does it look like it's photos of... I do see photos of space. Put this aside so I don't use it. All right, well, the channel has spoken. I'm going to clear this. Glenn, you and I are going to go to the boots guy next, but we're going to obey Jonathan and Nicola, and we're going to go up to the photos. At least we'll be able to use our camera. And look, there's an Ankh from the Egyptian period, space station period. All right, well, at least we'll be able to use the camera, which is a very cool idea. All right, so we've got 4 actions left. We're headed over here. Okay, a little nerve-wracking. I don't want to use that camera to get some mental puzzle. But here we go. So that is 207. 207. Here we go. The huge sculpture of a face scares you deeply, yet you keep looking at it long enough to notice that it's moving its lips. Soon after, you hear its voice. Only the perceptive challenger will pass all the trials, says the face. Keep your eyes sharp and remember everything you see. Then its lips close shut and its eyes fix on the weird paintings on the wall. This sounds like madness, but okay. 98. So we were right about it being all about the paintings. Sounds like it's going to use the camera to me. I just worry this is going to mess with our sanity and hurt our spirit. Here we go. Wow, look at that. Look at that. You guys were right. Look at that. Well done, channel. Well done, Nicola and Jonathan. You found us the puzzle related to the boots. Pretty cool. Look at how cool that is. So there's our SOS call puzzle that we did. There's the space shuttle. What's 3 a photo of? I can't quite tell. 2 is the photo of the post-it notes on the computer laptop room. 3 looks like a cup of coffee. 7 looks like a TV remote. 9 is a chimpanzee, maybe related to our caveman guy. 8 is an ankh from the Egyptian times. 5 is a skull, like the skull on the table. 7 is a bow and arrow, it looks like. 1 looks like a scarab, like the thing we put on the sarcophagus. 2 is also seeming like sarcophagus room. Ankh sarcophagus room. 5 was the caveman drawing. 4 looks some sort of ceremonial knife. And 2 is a piece of meat you could cook. Which is this one? What is that? Is it a gun? Is it a space gun? I think it's a space gun. So these look like they're all related to places we've been and puzzles we've worked on. How do we make sense of the numbers? They're repeated numbers, like we've got a 2 and a 2, 3 and a 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 7, 9. Huh, there's 2 of everything except 1 6 and 1 9. And 6 and 9 are very closely related. That's right. I guess there's only 1 8 too. Huh. And I believe we looked and saw this is a 5 answer thing. So somehow we've got to turn these, we got to find the number that matches each of these. Like, what number matches this? Is this the post-it notes? So that's a 2. But I think what we're being told is that maybe, like for the hieroglyphics, it could be this, this, or this. And the question is which one? And for the cave, it could be this. For space, it could be this, this, or this. Why would we pick one over the other? Shall we read that clue again? Only the perceptive challenger will pass all the trials. Keep your eyes sharp and remember everything you see. Huh. So is it just a memory thing? And like when we solved that, when we went into the cave, it was this that we saw. Right? And when we went, we didn't go here. But when we went to this grid, when we went to this one, was it here? Is it talking about here or here? Assuming it's talking about here, when we went here, we solved this puzzle, which was this, putting the thing on its head. The good news is there's no penalty for trying. The bad news is, does this require us to actually visit these places? We're told this means that to solve this, we need 2 pieces of puzzle and then to have opened up the towers, not visited the towers, and we have opened up the towers. Let's try using the camera with this card, just for the hell of it. Since we were so sure that that's what you used, that's what's going to happen. Let me try that. Combine cards. So I'm going to combine the camera with the photos on the wall. No. Okay. Well, while we're here, let me ask Gilbert what he thinks of these photos. 098, 034. So many weird paintings. Honestly, I have no idea what's on them. Gilbert, come on, man. 67. I just want to make sure I typed in the camera thing right. Yeah. Okay. And then what about if I ask Gilbert about the boot puzzle? Maybe he tells us whether he wants those boots or not. I definitely must open it. We're told when he finds the boot puzzle that he really wants those boots. All right, let me check in with the chat. It might be, let's see. Antina says, Nick, all right, let's start over. Nicholas says, I guess you need to go to all the locations shown in the boot card. For example, the cave paintings was inside the cave. Seems we want to talk to the boots guy to look at space. And Tina says, maybe we should just match the bottom images with the top, and that will give us 5 numbers. Nicholas says it might be that for some of the scenes we just need something that's in the same room, like the post-its for the monitor. The skull was the totem in the same location. Hey, what if it's what connects the rooms? Because we saw post-its in two places. So what if we saw post-its here, but then we saw them somewhere else? But not in the Egyptian room and not in the hookah room, the totem room. I thought I had it. I thought it was going to be that there were post-its by the computer, and then we found a hidden post-it here, and I thought, oh, okay, maybe it's trying to tell us to find what rooms they're shared in, but that doesn't seem like it. All right, let me see if let me understand some of your theories before we go on. And Tina says, match the bottom images with the top, and that would give us 5 numbers. Well, yes, that's what we think, but the problem is, okay, is it really so simple that the desktop computer has post-it notes on the wall, and so that's the answer? Let's take a look at this scene again, though. It's not even in the same cell that the post-it notes are. The kite is. The post-it notes are next door. So that doesn't feel right to me. And then, okay, we know where this thing is. We know that's in the scary room with the blue banner and the skull. So is it simply that's the 5 because that's the blue banner with the skull? Could it be anything else? There's nothing else in that room, but what about this? Let's make sure that's not in that room. I don't see any knife in that room. And there's the skull next door to it. All right, so if you had to make a guess, okay, let's do this as if we were making a guess. So we're saying that we've got 5 places. Okay, so we're saying that the space scene is up there, right? Okay. So what room is there on our card here? What room corresponds to that? We don't have a room corresponding to that, do we? You know what? Is it what was taken out from here? This is all about elements. So, oh wait, did I do the wrong one? Sorry, space. The space one is up here, sorry. So if that's up there, what does that correspond to here is the question. Is it this because it's a space station? Or is it this because that's what's in the room to the left? It almost feels like it's always the room to the left. So, like, if you identify this room, then there's that room, and so the computer is to the left. That would be seems like a stretch, but okay. Then if we identify the cave, okay, what do we put here? Okay, what was in the cave was this thing. So that one we think is a 5. It's not the room to the left anymore. All right, and then the totem is on this room. We didn't go to it though. So we don't know if there could be some other clue, but there's a skull. So are we thinking it's another 5 for that skull? Then we've got the desktop. And the question is, which of those is the desktop? The closest we have is the Post-its, but the Post-its are on the in the next room. And is there any sign of a cup of tea on that desk? Cup of coffee? Not really. Seems like dangerous to be always going to a different room. It just doesn't seem right to me. Oh, wait a second. TV. The TV remote is there. So is that a 7? Is the answer to the desktop room the TV remote? And then the hieroglyphic room, we're pretty sure that's in here. And it seems like that would be these carvings. And in that case, we put a big round orb into the statue's head. We've got 3 Egyptian things here. This troubles me. I mean, here's a scarab with the round thing in its head. This looks like the scene from that room. And then there's the Ankh. If I had to guess, I would guess it was the 1, but I don't know. Jonathan says, I think we need to talk to the hologram man first. I think it will give us more info and let us know if we need to visit the spaces. So you're saying, let's talk to this hologram man. We have room. We have time. We can also take some guesses with this if we need to. Right? We don't think it costs us to guess. So, okay, let's talk to the hologram guy because that was our second best shot. And then we'll decide if we want to take some guesses at this boot puzzle. All right, I like it. So we're going to the hologram guy. We've only got 3 things left. 3 free ones left. We haven't rested or focused yet. Don't forget, we still have that option. Okay, so he's 259. Put this off to the side. Let's read 259. All right, I see we don't get anything from this, but let's see if it helps us. You try to pass through the large door at the end of the room, but an unexpected gust of wind sweeps you off your feet. You are not worthy, a metallic voice roars at you. To pass, you need to prove to us you are the chosen one. You don't even know if you should be surprised by a sudden appearance of another man beside you. You cannot touch him, you cannot communicate with him, but you can see that he looks exactly like you. It won't work, the other Gilbert cries. It won't work, Mora. One thing is certain, you cannot disagree with yourself. So we're cooperating with Mora in the future or something, it sounds like. let's remember this. If we actually do get into the future, it won't work. It won't work, Mora. You need to prove to us you are the chosen one. Well, this is a pretty cool world, though, the other Gilbert. It's like us in the future. Okay, we've got 2 free actions left. Well, there's one piece of good news there. And that was based on Jonathan's theory, though. Jonathan actually has helped us quite a bit by going here. That was actually a smart thing to do, because it's very clear that this symbol is this place we just went. We've gone there. We've seen a hologram of us telling us that it won't work, etc. But what's so useful to us now is to know that somehow that's enough information to tell us what symbol here corresponds to this. Somehow we've gotten enough information to tell us which of these it is. And it seems to me that the only options are this, which is what's in the room next to us, or this, right? I mean, it can't be anything else. I'd love to know where this is from. Where is there someone drinking a coffee? That's bizarre. But must it not mean that it's one of these two? Not sure which one, though. But if it won't work, let me just write down that location we were just in case we want to reread it. 259. You need to prove you're the chosen one. Gilbert comes out talking to Mora. It won't work. Why would it be the thing in the other room that's so obvious to look at? Just weird. And doesn't it feel to you like, look, this has got to be where the space shuttle is, right? Or is this the background space? Let's take another look at that. So let's see if we can match it up. It actually is that there are 2 spaces. So here's one deep space. Kind of looks like a bird thing. So is that to be found here? That is deep space. Or is it here? I'm afraid we got ourselves into trouble because I feel like those could both be deep space. Let me see what the chat says. Could we please look at the caveman in the tower? There's the cave. Check, Jesse. Could we triple check the images of space? Doesn't match anything in the elemental tower. I feel bad if I misidentified this space when we went to a wrong line of thinking. I do think you're right that it could have been the one in the tower. In fact, before I go to the caveman, look, there's even more space up here in the elemental tower. So maybe deep space is the elemental tower related. Okay, and then someone wanted us to look at the caveman again. See if I can bring him to the high quality camera. Is that the high quality camera? Yes, it is, I guess. Yes, it is. It wouldn't be surprising if the cave one requires us to do the thing to talk to him. It said to solve this one, remember all that you see. Looks like he has 2 rocks he's using to make sparks. Yes, it does. Surely our gut tells us that the answer to the cave is what we found in the cave. That also matches with the idea of remember. Here he is cooking food, though. So maybe that matches what he was trying to do. But that really seems like, in terms of remembering what you see, let me find that text paragraph where it told us to remember what we see. So that was when we went to 207. "207 says the huge sculpture scares you deeply. Only the perceptive challenger will pass all the trials. Keep your eyes sharp and remember everything you see." Remember everything you see. So it does feel like this is asking us, what did we see in the cave? Well, in the cave we saw this. Unfortunately, we haven't been to these locations, and now we think we might not have been to this location. Let's focus on this one that we did go to. Shall we? This seems like this might be carving the chicken at his joint. This is the Egyptian hieroglyphic of the face. We've been to both rooms in the Egyptian room. This looks like our closest to hieroglyphic. When we went in that room, we were shown this sarcophagus statue. Wait a second. Actually, is it not closer to this puzzle that we saw? Is that the symbol that's closer to here? Not exact, but boy, it's pretty close, right? That's it. That's the exact symbol with the hair. Okay. So that was this puzzle that we combined with this puzzle. Where did we get this puzzle piece? I mean, it's clearly Egyptian room. Okay, this was this, right? This was this door. Yes, this is that door. You can see it drawn out. So this was the door. Gave us this puzzle piece. So if that's true, given that, which of these three answers is the right answer? The ankh, the scarab beetle with the thing at the top, or the torch on the stone? Look at this room. There's the torch, and that's possibly the scarab beetle. But is it that the light is shining to this? So we should pick the scarab beetle? If this is where that puzzle piece was found, and I don't see any ankhs here, that's really troubling to me. Why are we picking the torch in the next room? Is it because we don't believe that these things were actually in that room, that this is not what we saw, and this we can't find anywhere? Is that right? Is that why we don't think it's those? Because we didn't actually see those? Let me see in our discarded set. So here is the sarcophagus. I guess there's no scarab beetle there, is there? I'm going to get all our discarded cards and keep them handy, in case we need them. All right, let me see what the channel is thinking here. And Tina says, it's always the adjacent room. I think we're overthinking this. You could very well be right. And Jonathan says, I feel like we should be able to match the nebula. Let's try Antina's theory and just look for a matching item in an adjacent room. I wouldn't call that Antina's theory. That was my theory originally. And it's always the one next door, but it wasn't always true. The fact that this matches exactly, though, that this matches this, really gives me pause. Is there anything on this card that would suggest one answer over the other? This was the card that had the answer of the mirror. But do you see any of these symbols? Like, where is that? That's not in here somewhere, is it? Look, here's another clue about this being a mirror. Look at that. Remember the answer to this puzzle was mirror? Well, look at this. Here's a mirror image of it. Do you see any ankh here or any ceremonial knife? Not really. All right, so let us go back to taking our best guess at this puzzle. I do think it's worth taking our best guess and checking the answer. All right, so we're saying this, which matches to this, which matches to this room over here. We're going to say that the answer is the torch. I don't love it. I definitely don't love it, but let's try it. So then if that's the case, then our answer to this one is the 2. So this, we're matching up with this 2. I don't love it, but it doesn't feel like it could be any of these. All right, next up, the desktop. We're going to say that matches to the Post-it notes, right? So that's what, another 2? Okay, it's worth a try. And then the totem, we're matching up to the skull because the totem is here. And there's a skull here, but more importantly, there's the skull there in the neighboring room. The cave, we're matching up to, this is the part where we're starting to break the rule. The cave, we're going to match up to this because this was inside the cave. It's not next door to it, though. Next door to it is the caveman. But the only thing we have that could be next door to it is the 9. Surely that's not it. So I'm going to say, I'm going to put down a 5 here, but if you want to make a note of a 9 for some reason, I don't see it. Okay, now, lastly, we have the space. And it's a very particular pattern. I don't know if that's Milky Way or whatever. Maybe the caveman has meat next to him. Oh, that's an interesting idea. He doesn't have any obvious meat, though. Not sure what he's sitting on here, but he doesn't have any obvious meat. He just has stones. Does feel like we're missing something, but we can try it. We might be overthinking it. Okay, lastly, let's take our best guess at this, though. So there's the deep space image. It looks like could be Milky Way or something. Now, where are we going to find that? First, we thought it was here. That's certainly not an exact copy of that space. But then we thought, okay, is it here? No exact copy of that deep space there. In fact, 2 locations where it could be. But then we also have this card above it. No exact copy of it there either. What's happening here with this globe? It looks like it's put together from pieces. So this is what makes us second guess this approach to this puzzle. Nicholas says, I think the idea is that for every pair we match a card we got from a room with something visible in the room. So the hieroglyph, torch, and cave painting are right. For others, we need to explore the rooms. We don't know exactly which rooms to explore if on the boot card it shows the contents of a card like deep space. Could try going in the totem room. All right, so I'm trying to make sure I'm following what you're saying. I'm not sure 100% follow, but if we look at the cave, we've been in this location. We got a card that showed us this. So that's why we're so sure of this. But then we went in this room and the card we got was this. And this. So the problem is that having gotten these two, I don't see how that helps us with this. Like, we didn't need to see that card to pick this torch. It's only if these have something for us that we need to have gone in there. Do you see any symbol here of an Ankh? If there's an Ankh here, then we've made a breakthrough. Then we need a card from each room to solve it. I don't see anything here. He's got that little crook. Why doesn't this thing have an Ankh is the question. See, that's very troubling. That's very troubling to me. That it doesn't seem like we are benefiting from having been in the Egyptian room. What's this thing? Unless this is this. This is bugging me. I like the idea that we have to be... I like the idea that we have to go into the rooms to discover what they're about, but that doesn't work for that. Tina says, I think the nebula room goes with the time tower room. If the nebula is in the time tower, then the adjacent room would be the red computer. Why on earth would we be looking for adjacent room? Where did the card with the hieroglyphics come from? Could we check the needed cards for this puzzle? It could give us a clue. The needed card for this, we're told that it's the 2 plus the rest of the towers, but I'll check it again. Two puzzle cards and all towers uncovered. I suppose we should check if we're overthinking it. Although this logic is not convincing. With the exception of the cave, all the others are in the adjacent room. Okay, let's try it. Let's try our theory about going with the gut level one for each of them. So this one we're saying is the tower. Sorry, this one we're saying is the time tower and looking out its window. And then the adjacent one would be this 6. So the answer I have for this is 2, 2, 5, 5, 6. 22556. I really don't like this. I hope this is wrong answer. Nicholas says, hold on, did we talk with the caveman eventually? No, we did not. So you think maybe he's the exception to the nearby room rule. The adjacent room rule is because we shouldn't be picking what we see in the cave, but we should be picking him. And he could be talking about cooking. Here's the problem here. That's food and that's food. These are both food. So if he tells us he wants food, it's not going to help us because this one's about cooking food. Let's try our answer and see. Okay, so the answer I have is 22556. Is everyone on board with that? I'm going to be unhappy if this is right. I don't think it's going to be right, though. But let's see. This will be the first time we're entering something I'm really not convinced of, and we'll see what it says. Can we have one more look at the caveman room zoomed in with the 4K camera? Sure. Here's one more look at the caveman room with the good image. I do notice for the first time that he actually has been drawing on his cave. Look. He is drawing on that cave. Shall we see if we can get a better look at what he's drawing? What is it? It's not the scene of them cooking. It's all the scenes. It's the fishing scene, the hunting scene here. There's the cooking scene there. So these are all the things we saw on that specific card, just harder to see. Everything he's drawn on the back is this card on this cave wall behind him. John says, I think we should try meat for the caveman. I think maybe it's meat leaning against a rock. Where is the meat? There's no meat in that picture. I mean, obviously he should be cooking meat over it, but there's no sign that he has meat. Beside the caveman, I can't tell if next to his leg or he's sitting on it. Those all look like white stones, and if you're talking about this purple thing, I don't know what that is, but that's surely not meat. It's so weird that it's like the one that seems like we should know the answer to is the cave place and what we found in it. I mean, I'm willing to try a couple answers here. I don't think these are right. I'm not going to be happy if it is. Let's just try it. Okay, so here was my original guess. What? That was the right answer. 22556. How can that be? It would have been nice to try a fake thing to see if... So, wow. So we were overthinking it, and we just did our best guess at what room each of these related to. This one we said was the torch, because the others were Egyptian things, but not seen in the room. This room we said was the post-its next door. This we said was the skull next door. This we said was the thing we found inside the cave. And this we said was the space station terminal in the chrono room. Boy, that seems weird. Well, we took a shot and we were right. Let's look at the hints for this one, huh? Jonathan agrees. Jonathan says, yes, please. Let's take a look at the hints and see what it was. Okay, so before we read 261, we're going to take a look at the hints. I mean, it can't be too terrible a puzzle if we got it right on our first try, but okay, here we go. Here are the hints. Click on the bottom to receive a hint. Okay. The images surrounding the shoes point to specific floors from the towers. There is only one correct image in the row on the wall. There is only one correct image on the row on the wall. So it's saying that if you look at these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 5 things split into 5 rows. And it's saying there's 1 in each. Don't know why we should know that. Don't know why we would guess that. I thought this was a very reasonable guess for the computer screen because there's a big TV behind that. But we didn't see that. We didn't actually see it. These are all things you can actually see. Maybe that's how we should have thought about it. If we looked at these and said, which can we actually see? We can actually see this. That's what we picked. We can actually see this, which we picked. We can actually see this, which we picked. We can actually see this, which we picked. And we can actually see this. So that's what it was. It was, we were thrown off into particulars about where it was, but really, when it comes down to it, there was only one object in each. There was only 5 that were actually present in the world. Maybe we should have thought of it that way. That it was less, we overcomplicated. This is of these, there's only 5 of these that are actual photographic scenes. Maybe that was our clue, that these are sort of photographic plates and that these are the only actual photographic exact copies of things. And each row is from a different era. Yes, I guess that's right. I'll tell you what. So maybe we should have thought a little more. I don't know what the interest. It's an interesting way to say what we were too hooked up on specifics. We should have thought of other ways to classify these. One thing that's odd is if this is chronological, are we being told that this caveman guy is not from the distant past here, but actually you get the Egyptian hieroglyphics, then you've got modern time of desktop, then you've got the wars, and then do you have these people putting the world back into primitive times. Interesting idea. Okay, so we did get it right. We did get it right on our first try, though. So we still haven't been wrong about anything. There is another hint here. Let's see. From the provided images, select the ones that appear in corresponding floors. Yeah. Okay. 261 is our next paragraph. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back and we'll read 261. Not too bad. I guess it made more sense once we thought more about it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've solved the puzzle that we were really hoping to solve. We've been very careful and efficient with our use of actions here. This is very cool that we've opened these boots up. I can't wait to see what happens. He wanted the boots, now he's going to get them. Okay, so read 261. As you enter the correct sequence, the glass case opens, allowing you to take those strange boots. You try them on, and it turns out that they fit perfectly and are really comfortable. It's like walking on a cloud. Take card 161. Okay, so we discarded those puzzles, and now we take 161. I mean, surely that was a time chrono puzzle. So we've got some nice futuristic shoes. Is this going to improve our spirit? No, it did not. In fact, it gave us enough stamina to escape the stamina tower. And some extra charisma. Wow, look at this. We've now got 6 charisma. 8 minus 1 is 7, plus 4 is 11. We now have enough stamina to choose to leave right now via the elemental tower. And Tina says, let's go, leave. And Tina says, let's go and leave. And Tina says, let's go leave. Keep these 2 spare action tokens for our epilogue. And leave without doing this guy. Leave with these. Imagine we take this with us. Take this, take this, take this. I'm going to try combining these cards just for fun. While you guys are thinking about stuff. Maybe the blue flame lets us read that note better. Oh my god, what? What? I just burned up the note? What? I just burned up the note. All right, I'm going to sort of discard it. I didn't say I wanted to light it on fire. I just wanted to hold near the flame to see if there was any secret writing. That seems unfair. Maybe this guy wants fire. I'm going to try combining, even though he's asking us a question, I'm going to try combining him with fire and see if I'm lighting things on fire now. All right. Take a photograph of him, but it doesn't seem to be taking photographs. Burn everything, Tina. Okay, what do you guys want to do? And Tina wants to leave. Surely we can, well, I shouldn't say surely we can explore, because this game is so clever about saying that you continue carrying around your actions. So, like, if we really want to have better chance of answering future things, we would want to keep these with us. John says, now we can never find more. I'm not, no, we just remember this. We're just going to remember this in our mind. So, I don't, I'm not obeying that. I'm cheating. I'm going to ignore that burning thing. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. Let's decide what we want to do here. So even just spending a single one of these will hurt us in the epilogue, not having it to spare. As has been pointed out, we could try to do stuff, but it could hurt our stamina, making it impossible for us to leave. It's very weird that that chrono puzzle seemed to improve our stamina instead of our spirit. Very unfortunate. But I really want off with that chrono puzzle. Like, I think so. Here's the case I want to make. We were very efficient with spending action tokens before. I think I would rather try to use get off the chrono tower and do more puzzles. We did say the boots would help our stamina. Who said that? We didn't say that before we got it. The boots? I certainly didn't assume that to be the case. And Tina says, let's answer the caveman's question. Yesterday we did. I don't remember that. Will the kite puzzle raise our spirits or give us more stamina? Oh, okay. Well, let me make my point before. What I was going to say is, I think we should take a focus or rest action and be willing to explore more at the penalty of worse health. Because I feel like getting out with the chrono puzzle is worth being a little bit more health. So not only am I willing to spend these two, I'm willing to focus and get some more. I'm not ready to leave these towers. But first of all, can we admit that we're confused about this camera? Because we thought those photos on the wall were going to be for the camera. Is it possible the camera is to take pictures in the dark of these creatures? The other thing I'm considering is, should we go into the igloo, which has got worm vines in it, unfortunately. But might this give us a clue of what to say to the caveman? Might the igloo be our only chance to know what the caveman wants? Or is that not even his domain? What's with those crates. Ice cube crate. All right, I think we better take a vote because I'm just not sure. We could answer the caveman's question, but boy, it's gonna hurt if there was a way to figure out how to answer him. He almost feels like something that if you've gone a little crazy with the worm vines, you could know what to say to him. Nicholas says vote leave. Okay, I'm not leaving. That's off the table. I'm not leaving. We're getting out that chrono tower. It may kill us in the process, but we're getting out that chrono tower. And Tina says vote whatever, but let's do it. Jonathan says kite puzzle. All right, let's do one more kite puzzle. Not the igloo, huh? All right, we're going to the kite puzzle. Shall we start by going... If we're going to do the kite puzzle, we're going to start by going to the future room, right? Then we're going to have to spend our other action to go there, we think. 2 actions, but we don't have any other puzzles we're working on. Okay, kite room is 260. Okay, 260. So we're going to the desktop kite. It's going to need 2 cards. It's going to cost us 2 things to do this. Why does this magic box on the wall show nothing? You hit it with your hand and it comes to life. This is the television above the desk. It displays a static image which fails to grab your attention. The item before it seems much more interesting. It's a small thing lined with colorful stone-like buttons marked with some symbols. He's talking about a keyboard. Since the buttons can be pushed, you push them one by one. However, nothing happens. Perhaps the bigger box on the wall is important. Take card 142. Oh, that's kind of strange. Okay. Well, this is almost the worst of all worlds here. I was right about the weather forecast being what was on the background of that second scene. It's this puzzle. Let's go look up how many cards you need for that. But the part that's distressing about this is this sure seems like an elemental related puzzle, which is exactly what we don't want. All right, so it's this one. It wants 6 spaces, which is what we have. And how many cards does it need? 2. So surely it wants the kites, which are there. But boy, does this feel like it's an elemental puzzle, which is what we don't want. Hmm. We have one more free action. I'm hesitant to even try to solve this for fear it's going to give us stamina for the elemental tower. Any thoughts? Everyone seems to be assuming that this is not something we can figure out, that it's just random. Nicholas says, I think we need to accept that the fact that the game clearly said it's not necessarily possible to exit from the tower you want. We now have enough stamina only because of things we did in Chapter 1. We already got a +4 boost for spirit. That could be all there is to get. It's certainly possible. What about this guy? What's your gut tell you? Does your gut tell you we're meant to just randomly pick something, that that's the idea here? Or does your gut tell you that there is a way to know which one we should guess? My gut tells me that it's a choice card. Everything we've seen about previous choice cards tells us that we will get a different answer, we'll get a different thing depending on what we pick, but that it won't be a strictly right or wrong. But that we might be able to use logic, like one of these might get us spirit, one might get us mental or stamina, in which case we should pick properly. Okay, and Tina says, what other places are left which could be connected with the caveman? Well, the igloo is the only one that jumps out to me. I mean, like, humans live in an igloo. People make homes in an igloo, and it looks so similar to his cave. Not in the same tower, though. But however, this does also seem like it's about the elements, so I'm not sure. I wouldn't mind going in that igloo, though. I wouldn't mind going here either, because this is a blue banner, and there are blue banners in the outside world that we don't understand about. So I actually think here is a compelling place to go to learn about the banners. And don't forget, we're looking for more notes from Mora. Here would be a compelling place to go. Blue is the color of spirit. Oh, that's a clever observation. Blue is the color of spirit on our card. So is this related to blue? Spirit? That's a very interesting observation. We're sort of clutching at straws here, but it's not a bad idea. Clutching at straws is definitely the right term. If we go here, then I'm willing to do him next, because this is the last place I can think of that could be related to him. So we could go here, probably won't be him. Then we do this. Then we could go here. And Tina says, changing my vote to leave after we talk to the caveman. We might never be able to boost spirit and only damage our stamina. That's 2 votes from then. And Tina and Nicola, our puzzle pros, want to leave. I'm not leaving this place. Except through the Chrono Tower. But that's not even our question now. All right, here's the question I'm giving you now. I'm giving you 2 choices. Here are your 2 choices. The blue banner, which looks all like death and war, but could be blue color of stamina. Or the igloo to help us talk to the caveman. What's it going to be? And Tina says, Jonathan's observation was very clever. Go to the banner. All right, that's good enough. We're going to the banner with our last action. Terrifying. Here we go. At least maybe we'll learn about the blue banners in the outside world. So the blue banner is 245. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a text, not a card, but let's see. It's short. This must be one of the totems marked on the map you stole from Heliot. What is it doing here? This must be the present. It's nice to be in your own world for a moment. Take card 61. So that's the time period we're living in. This warring period with gulls and banners. Okay, let's see what we got. 245, 61. Well, it's a new puzzle, but there's some text that looks readable. Can we read that? Whoa, your journey begins here. Goal coordinates. Wow. Yeah, Jonathan says what I was thinking myself. Everyone seems to be on the same page. Does this tie to the Mora notes? This will take a good while if that's the case. In other words, is it asking for a 3-digit location on the map, which we can only figure out if we resolve this with the other notes? Holy cow. A 3-digit code would absolutely be a grid location on the map. So what's our theory that we would put in the code here, and then when we get off through the time tower, it'll get us here? We'll go here? It's insane. What's so insane is that we could leave this whole place right now, or this feels like a totally additional adventure. And we're now out of actions. That's insanity. All right, well, we were supposed to have burned this, but I'm just going to say we committed it to memory. So the information on this card we still have. That's not cheating. But if it ever asks us if we need it, find me after leaving the tower, exactly between the two furthest totems in the indicated area. Furthest totems in the indicated area. Let's just take a look at this. Since we have no actions, talk to the caveman. Don't forget, we can get more actions by resting. I mean, it's a blue banner. So if we look at the blue banner totems, there's one here. In fact, that's the only one that's a blue banner totem. Of course, this is in, who knows where this is, so maybe that's not related to us. Not related to this, but this is the only blue banner totem. But I don't know what... She said I'm exactly between the two farthest totems in the indicated area. Just think about this for a second. So if this was one of the totems, we haven't seen another one. But let's just think, what does exactly between mean? This isn't in a straight line with this one. But these two are in a straight line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So in fact, if that blue totem is the totem, this is a space in between these two. If the blue is one of them, that may be the only candidate place where there's two totems between them. Wait, there's one here. 4, 2, 3, 4. So actually, if these are the two totems, it doesn't work. There's no grid cell that's exactly between them. So it seems to me, if blue is one of the two totems, which this suggests it might be, then we have a unique cell location where Mora could be hiding out. That's a stretch, but it's a possibility. Let's see how many cards you need for that. So it's the A. Jesse, you can keep going diagonal southeast and hit a third totem. Oh, can you? Southeast, let's see. You mean if you swap these, you can? Uh-huh. Oh, maybe she's here. By this weird tree. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not halfway between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yes, you can go, but there's no halfway mark between the two. This isn't halfway between these two. There's an even number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's no grid cell that's exactly halfway. What about this? Is this exactly halfway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. So if the blue is involved, I think we still get here. Could we want the space halfway between the furthest southeast tower and the furthest north tower? You mean this one and this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I guess I could count them. What is that? 34 minus 19 is 15. And 19 minus 5 is 14. So I don't think these are halfway between. I think they're an uneven number. No, Jonathan says the space between the farthest southeast tower from the blue banner and the farthest northwest from the blue banner. This one is, oh, from the blue banner. This one is farther than this one from the blue banner. This guy's closer than this. All right, let's put this off for a second. Let me just see how many things it needs, because I sense the channel might be getting a bit frustrated with me. All right, so if we go here to this puzzle, 3 locations. All right, let's see what the needed cards. Is it going to say you need the map? Whoa, 3 puzzle cards and the map. All right, we were right about the map, but this claims we need 3 puzzle cards to come up with it. All right, Jonathan says, no, midway between E7 and W25. E7 is here. W25 is here. I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, well, these 2 towers do have a midpoint. I guess I can mark that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so here's another midpoint between 2 towers. but note that the blue's not involved. I'm not sure there's a reason why, but wow, it needs 3 puzzle pieces. We need 2 more for that. Let's try for fun. Look, what this, I can imagine people might be a little frustrated at what I'm doing here in this speed, but let's think of it this way. This is fun. This game has gotten increasingly enjoyable. Let's take our time and enjoy it. So I'm going to try combining this directions with this card because we think they're related. And let's see if Gilbert has any thoughts on that. So the puzzle card with the directions. No, he says. And we're not even supposed to have that puzzle card anymore. I mean, the directions card. Okay, so we think that's how we're going to meet Mora. I wonder if that's a different way to leave the tower. Interesting. And Tina says maybe we should get the other pieces first because maybe this could be utterly wrong. Yes, yes, yes. All right, so now we have a choice. We have no more actions. We could go right to this guy. I probably should have thought of this before going to here because I really want to go in that igloo before we try to answer him in case it's important. You guys want to talk to this caveman and just answer his question. But did you ever answer me what you think? You really don't think there's any way to know, to figure out, to predict which of these benefits us in a different way? When we asked Gilbert about this, he said, "Agoo, aboo, agoo." It just seems like if it wanted it to be total nonsense, it could have done it differently. This almost feels like it's a pattern. Jonathan says, I lean towards Wagga Wagga because after the tiki, there's a bam, and I don't want us to be bammed. Is there any clue that he went into the igloo? All right, here's the... I think it's nonsense. Gilbert never gave us anything useful in this kind of puzzle. All right, here's what I'd like to do. I know your guys aren't going to love this idea, but I'd like us to focus, get more actions, go into the igloo, and then answer the caveman. That's my pitch. My pitch is that I'm afraid I'm going to regret doing this. If we find out that the igloo had someone in it who helped us understand how to answer him, it's going to break my heart. So it feels like I want to go here before I go here. In order to go here, we need to focus or rest. I don't want to rest because I don't want to get stamina. I want to focus and burn out some stamina. Rest seems more thematic to me. We already rested once, though. I feel like we should try focusing. I guess we focused and we rest. We did both. I think we're going to need to do both, probably. But I don't... Focus will probably bring down our stamina, which is what I want, because we have excess stamina by 1. All right, this is where we see it's not a democracy. We're gonna focus. We're gonna focus, we're gonna go into the igloo, and then we're gonna talk to the caveman. That's it, executive decision. Here we go. You've got 10 seconds to talk me out of it. And Tina says, I see no escape from the towers in our future. It feels like we're losing faith in the expedition leader. Hey, focus might help us understand what the caveman's thinking as well. Okay, here we go. Your 10 seconds are up. There's lots of mutiny amongst the ranks, but no one has talked me out of it. Okay, here we go. There are so many comfortable places to just sit down and relax, but no. You stand firmly and concentrate on your goal. -2 stamina. That brings us under the 10 that we need to escape. So we can no longer escape, but +1 spirit. And 5 extra action tokens. Look at this, how cool this is, how big his stats are getting. Okay, so we're now at 9 stamina. We can't escape through the tower. We're 1 closer to escaping the chrono tower, though. We're at 7. We just need 3 more. You might think we could focus a couple more times, but because of the way the deck is structured, it's ordered, it's probable that trying to focus more is going to have diminishing returns. But probably if we rested now, we'd get a pretty good number of action tokens. We might even get 5 action tokens if we rest. Whether we would lose... Imagine if we rest and we lose a sanity but go up in spirit. That's possible. And Tina says 9 stamina, there goes the tower. Yes, but I like this. I'm not leaving off that elemental tower. It's Chrono Tower or bust for us. Just accept that. All right, but now we've got 5. All right, so we got to stick with our plan. With our 5, we are now going to the Igloo of Madness because it's got worm vines in it. It's warning us not to go in there with those worm vines. So probably it's related to the mental tower, but I have to go in. I have to know if there's any chance that there's a caveman in there with more information for us. So here we go. I was very sure about the focus. I'm much less sure about this. 209. I hope you guys don't hate me for that. Let's see. House made of ice? Has to be really cold inside. Not wasting too much time thinking about it, you decide to check your hypothesis and enter the strange abode. Indeed, it is not the warmest place around, but it seems that the temperature inside is perfect for experimenting on plants. C27. It sounds like it's a puzzle card for our plants, which is not what I want. The plants are the domain of madness. Hey, look at this. It is a plant puzzle, but what do you notice? It's part of that puzzle. That changes things a bit, doesn't it? One more plant puzzle and we'll be able to solve this thing, which is very intriguing. On the other hand, is this just for if we want to get out through the mental tower and not relevant at all for meeting her? But we do want to meet her. All right, let's different heights. The first one. Okay, so let's look at this for a second. I mean, there's no point in spending too much time on this because we know there's another puzzle piece. All right, so he's doing experiments on plants and how they grow differently. We've got cracked ones here. That seems to suggest that the air, cold air, kills them maybe. So cracked, cracked, cracked. They're growing different heights and we're missing something here. But clearly we need something else to help us. We know where the plant puzzles are likely to be, like they're almost certainly up here. If you had to guess, I'd guess here it was at this workshop. So the good news is I think we've got a very good chance of finding the other puzzle piece for this. It's just that it feels like this might be the mental puzzle and not for the Chrono Tower. So question now to the group. Do you want to put off the caveman and do this stuff? Or are you ready to talk to the caveman as I said we would? Now that we've gone into the igloo, I just don't see where else we could go to get information on him. We do have a shipwreck, which we should study these a little more carefully for clues. I have another pitch I want to make. I'm open to, maybe we'll have a vote if you want to do the caveman first. I have a pitch, though, I want to make. So we went here, right? Because we were interested in future stuff and the Chrono Tower. He tried to turn on the TV. He tried to punch on keys. And he brought this up on the screen. Sorry, let me do this differently. He brought this up on the screen. And we realized, we knew already that this is almost certainly going to be related to the kite puzzle. Well, this doesn't really look like kite puzzle, but yeah, it could be. We thought it's kite because it's kite on the screen. But the thing I wanted to point out is when we saw this, we said, oh, okay, this is a element puzzle. But it's the password to get into his computer in sort of future chrono time. Is it possible that this isn't a elemental puzzle, but is instead a chrono puzzle? Because it lets us into the futuristic computer? Just something to think about. All right. We could also try burning the plants. All right, what's it going to be, guys? Do you want to talk to the caveman? Do you really think there's no logic to his... I guess we don't need to have a vote. We're going to talk to the caveman now. But I do want us to... only because I don't know where else we would go to get his information. Are you really sure that there's no way to figure out where to go? One, two, three, four, five, six. 6 words. Or should we put this off until we've got no more actions? Channel has gone quiet. They're rebelling. They've left the tower without me. is what's happened. The whole channel has left the tower and left me here. Wagga bagga waka. Tiki tiki bam. He's asking us a question. This is grasping at straws, but can I point out that tiki taka sounds a little like tick tock, like a clock. Tick tock. The problem is the Wagga Wagga doesn't really sound like the other towers. But I like the idea that Tiki Taka sounds like Tick Tock, like clock chrono tower. Go for it, says Antina. All right, we're going to go for it. We're going to have to make a note that this is one of these things we want to check. C63, alternate choice. I feel like the whole expedition is rebelling. All right, that's all right. 247. For all we know, we were supposed to choose that a long time ago. Okay. So he says, Wagga bagga waka, tiki tiki bomb. And we say, tiki taka. And he says, the man smiles and starts dancing around. He grabs your arm and shoves something into your hand. After finding out that you cannot dance, he goes back to whatever he was doing. Take card C57. Discard him. Right, that goes in our pile of cards to check on later. Take card 57. Time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're 4.5 hours into this, into the second half of chapter 2. We still got a ways to go, it seems. But after many, many hours of agonizing over what to do, Gilbert has told the caveman in response to its question, Wagga Bagga Waka, Tiki Tiki Bam, we said Tiki Taka. And he grabbed our hand and smiled and danced around in a circle with us, Then realized we weren't very good at dancing, so he gave us a gift, and then he left. And now we're about to see what did he put into our hands. And the answer is a lei of stone. A lei that you would wear around your neck. Seeing no other use for it, you decide to wear it. Damn, it's heavy. So he's given us an item that increases our charisma and our spirit. So I'm going to attach this, but we should not forget attaching this may be a little misleading and dangerous for us. So we now have 6, 7, 8. We now have 8 of the 10 spirit that we need to get out of the Chrono Tower. What we should remember, though, is that these modifier cards, like the Way of Stone and the shoes and the ring, the woman in prison, the path of elements, path of elements. Boy, if we had made a better decision, we might be able to get out of this Chronos Tower. I don't know. Is it possible that we could still combine these and do stuff with them? I'm not sure. I'm going to have Gilbert look at these stones and shoes and ring, though, because I don't think we did that yet. And I'm not sure if that's something you can do. So, Gilbert, what do you think of... What do you think of the Lay of Stones? Let's see what he says. Nice, but a little too heavy. Okay. Well, what do you think about these boots? Extremely weird shoes, but really comfy. There are some futuristic shoes. And then what do you think of this ring? More and more jewelry. Now I'm trendier than Sevilla. Okay, well, not very useful to us. Okay, Gilbert. Well, you're almost out of this tower. If we can just be careful about what we do, we might get you out of here. So we've got 4 actions left. I'm going to move these to the places we've been here so that we can more easily see where we haven't been. So we haven't been to the kite. We've been to all these bottom rooms. We could almost get rid of these bottom room cards. So it's tempting to go to the kite room. It's the last room on the lower level we haven't done. And it's related to this card, this puzzle. we think. So it seems a fairly cheap way to get a puzzle. We fear this is an elemental puzzle, but if we get lucky, and it's a time puzzle, changing weather over the course of days, password to the computer, then we've got it. So it seems to me that we might want to do that. The other option, though, is that we have the pieces for the plant for this puzzle about Mora, meeting Mora, it seems. So that would be the other option. All right, channel. Time to vote. Time to decide. What do you think? Do you want to go to the kite room and try to solve this puzzle, or do you want to go to the plant room and try to solve this puzzle? What's it going to be? If anyone's still in the channel, make your vote. Kites or plants? It seems like the plants are least likely to give us the Kronos Tower advancement, but maybe most likely to get us to Mora. Although, if it's about Mora, maybe it can't be about Mora. And Tina says whatever Jonathan wants. Okay, and Tina has been burned out by whatever I did. Okay. Let's go to the kites, because now that I see that this wants 3 pieces, I think maybe it doesn't have to do with Mora. It has more to do with plants being grown. All right, so we're going to the kite, which is also nice because it takes care of the last room on the top floor that we haven't been to. Okay, there we go to the kites. Room 244, and then maybe we can just get rid of these cards from the table. Okay, Gilbert, 244. Let's see if we can solve this. You got tangled in the strings tethering the kites, but it does not seem like there are any real traps here. Still, you decide to be careful not to break anything. Although there is nobody here, you feel as though you're being observed. Someone is probably interested in how you will behave here. After a moment, you notice the kites soar in different directions. It's all the stranger as you feel no wind blowing here. You pet the deer and ponder the meaning of all this. So there's actually a deer in this room, don't forget. We pet the deer, huh? It almost makes you think we could, that the puzzle secret's right there on the card, that we don't need in a card, but we do need a card. Take card 67. Okay, well, we were right. It is part of this puzzle. Feels like that's all we need to know. We've got directions. Rain. So you might imagine if it doesn't have a number, it's just 1. Obviously, we're going to spell something. This seems like kind of what directions you would go. Do we know this is a 2-piece puzzle? Did we check that? It's this one. 2 puzzle cards. Okay. Well, this one doesn't have a direction. It's got a time. What have we got? We've got degrees. So it feels like we would spell. What have we got? We got different number of tails on the kite. That one's got 1. That one's got 2. That one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. What else is different? Some of these have holes in them. Clouds. Some have clouds, some have rain. Sometimes the cloud is above the rain. Let's see, rain is always on the bottom, but sometimes we have a cloud above the rain, and sometimes we have a cloud down below. 2 degrees, 6 degrees. And if you look at the clouds, let me turn off. Can't see. So we've got number of tails. So if that's what the 2 degrees are, then we should be looking for a 2 degree. Are they connected? No, this is just the A is connected to this 2-tailed cloud. So some of the kites are behind clouds. Look at that. Behind a cloud, behind a cloud, behind a cloud. So what if this is telling us it's a 2-tailed kite behind a cloud? There's a 1-tailed kite behind a cloud, a 1-tailed kite behind a cloud, a 3-tailed kite behind a cloud, a 6-tailed kite behind a cloud. I don't see a 2-tailed kite behind a cloud, unfortunately. So that was a good theory, though. Oh, wait. Is that a 2-tailed kite behind a cloud? Right there. That's a 2-tailed kite behind a cloud. 1, 2. Okay. But what is its, this one, I guess this is the eye belongs to this kite, and this kite is the K. So I think we've got a K. And now we've got a kite behind a cloud with an arrow. I don't know. Let's skip. What is the rain, though? Maybe rain is when you're in a cloud, and this is when you're in front of a cloud. So maybe we should be looking for a 2-tailed kite that's in front of a cloud. I've got a 2-tailed kite here that's got no cloud. But here's a 2-tailed kite that's in front of a cloud. Or 2-tailed kite that's above a cloud. That's a P. Let me do it that way. This would be a kite that's in front of a cloud that's faced in this direction. That would be this one or this one, though. These are both in front of clouds and both going this direction, unless it's the tail direction. Boy, that's tricky. Hmm. It seems very likely to me that the numbers are the tail ribbons. Where's our puzzle experts? Have they all gone in rebellion? Maybe these dots are the rain. Dot, 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 dot. Maybe that's what we're being told here. Is that consistent? Do we have a rain one and a cloud? Do we have a unique kite that's got raindrops and cloud? This one. This is our unique kite that's under a cloud and got rain. If that theory is right, that's an O. And then we should be looking for a three-tailed kite with rain. Let's see if that is findable. No, no, no. But yes, there's a three-tailed kite with the drops of rain. That's an M as our last letter. So I think we have a unique here. We have a unique here. This one could be a kite in front of a cloud. If so, that's unique. All right, so what about these? A 6, so these are all directional. But since there aren't many raining, let's look at this one. Let's look for the rain ones and see if any of them point to us as being explanatory by a northwest arrow. So here's a kite with rain. I don't know what you would say northwest about it. It's certainly not pointing in that direction. What about this one? This one absolutely is pointing directly northwest. So is this our unique J that's here? If that's the case, then do we have a 6 flag that's pointing directly to the northeast? Here's a 6 flag pointing directly to northeast. Is that unique? Wait, 1, 2, this is the 7 flag. Okay, what about this one? Here's our 6 flag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's our unique 6 flag pointed northeast. That's a G. Okay, what about this one? We're looking for a northwest pointed flag on top of a cloud. Is this our unique one? But what about this one? They're both pointing in the same direction. They both seem to be in front of clouds. Should we be looking for something behind a cloud? Do we have a unique kite pointing to the northwest that's behind a cloud? Here's another non-behind a cloud pointing northwest. So we're in trouble if we're looking for a kite in front of a cloud. But is this our unique cloud pointing northwest? I wouldn't mind if it was a little more clearly northwest. But it is our only one behind a cloud. That letter is an F. So if we stick with that idea, then if we go back to this one, we would want a two-tailed kite behind a cloud, if that's our logic. And our two-tailed kite behind a cloud is this one, which is our, okay. All right, now let me look in the chat and see what the chat says. KFJGOM. KFJGOM. That's exactly what I get. That's exactly the answer I have. KFJGOM. All right, let's try it. Let us try it. KFJGOM. 225. Okay, we got it. Yet again, a puzzle that was tricky. Felt like we had an idea, got a hold of it, and we're right. It's happened over and over and again in this game. We don't get puzzles wrong. We struggle with them, and then we get them right. That's exactly what you want in a game. Okay, 225. We could get lucky here. No, toggle tracking. You push some buttons and the magic screen comes to life, showing you moving pictures. While you don't find them to be particularly fascinating, a drawer popping open nearby turns out to be much more interesting. Inside, you find some crackers. Well, that sounds like stamina. Discard 67, 142. Take card 162. Crackers, they look so delicious and crunchy. Well, this is what we were talking about like we used all of our logic to try to find a puzzle that was related to the Kronos Tower, and instead we just got a desk that opened up. It's Cheez-Its. A desk that opened up and gave us stamina. The good news is we have enough stamina to waltz right out of this tower of elements. The bad news is I don't want to waltz out of the tower. Can we burn the crackers? Let's try it. Surely not, but let's see what happens if we try the goblet on the Cheez-It crackers. Nope. All right. Well, Gilbert is full of health. I would have preferred some tokens. That's exactly what we didn't want there. Well, wow, we still have this camera we don't know how to use. That is just crazy to me. Hmm. 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 Spirit, spirit, spirit. How do we get more spirit? I mean, we could just try to solve this one. We haven't solved anything. Insanity. We could try to solve this puzzle. Boy, we've been carrying around that camera for so long. This card kind of seems like it might go in the slot. Let me just try combining those. Seems unlikely, but I'm desperate to make that camera work. Combine the camera with her letter that I already burned up. No. Okay, we shouldn't even have that. What does the chat say? I could try to heat up these plants, but that sounds dangerous. All right. So what do you guys think? We can go to the remaining Kronos Tower. We don't know what this is all about. We have no idea what this is about. Maybe it's time for us to take a shot in the dark and go someplace that we don't know what it's about. Or we could go to the plants, which we've already got 2 puzzle pieces for. So this one and this one may go together. We've got 3 actions left. But then there's the shipwreck. I mean, just thematically, do you want to go to the shipwreck just for the fun of it? Seems like it would be pretty cool inside the shipwreck. Where are we? And then what's in here? This broken case. What was stolen out of there? Is there any of these places that we could use a camera on? Like some photographic film. It's got a slot. Do we need to take a look at this camera more? Is there something we're misunderstanding about it? Is it a projector, not a camera? Sure looks like a camera. It was used to take photos. But we don't have any slots. We don't have anything to put in it. Of course, there could be something in that dark room with all the eyes. I don't feel like we have... Let's go inside the dark abyss. Really? Now you just want to get us killed. Don't you think we need to have an item to go in there? All right, which dark abyss do you want to go in? That's the madness in the dark abyss. Don't you think we should do the plants since we have 2 of the things for that? We have the goblet with the fire. We do have the goblet with the fire. All right, we've got 3 actions. I'm willing to go where you guys want to go. Where do you want to go? Jonathan says, let's explore what's left of the Kronos Tower. And Tina says, go inside the dark abyss. All right, we did what I'm trying to channel Greg's. Greg is pretty good about saying, well, we did what I wanted to do last time. Let's do what you want to do. So where do you want to go, and Tina? Which of these 2? If this is indeed where you want to go. I feel like we're going to rest next. We're going to try to get extra action tokens from resting. All right, what's it going to be? Where are we going? The darker one. And Tina's trying to get us killed now. All right, we're going straight into there. Crazy. Craziness, pure craziness. All right, 223. This is when, what's the book? I'm trying to remember. If Greg was here, he could say, what's the book about the expedition where one of the people goes crazy? It's so scary. They're trapped at one of the north in the ice. The boat has shipwrecked and one of the people's gone absolutely mad. And it sounds so scary to be trapped on that place. All right, 223, here we go. Right into the abyss. And Tina has lost his mind. You work up the courage to enter deeper into darkness. Suddenly you feel as if your hands and feet were caught and immobilized by something. Are these worm vines? You don't know. You can't see anything as you're toppled to the floor. Suddenly you hear a loud shout. Leave him be. He may still be of use. You manage to get up and start running, but soon stumble on a torch on the ground. Unable to explain your sudden reflex, you pick it up and continue your retreat. After what you've seen through here, you have no doubt it will become useful sooner or later. Take card 144. It's a torch. What do you think? It's an unlit torch with a little bluish hinge to this wrapping. Okay, let's light it and see what happens. This is pretty exciting. If this works, 144 with the blue light. Oh my gosh. You light up the torch and for a moment it's blue. Then it turns to normal red fire. Discard the torch. And take 150. Now we have the blue chalice of fire and a torch. Well, it seems logical now to maybe head into this one. What do you think? Let's have Gilbert just look at this torch just for the hell of it. See if he notices, has any idea what to use it for. Don't forget, we could carry this torch into the next stage of the game with us. Finally, now I have the power. All right, Gilbert, take it easy. I think in for a penny, in for a pound, we're going to go to the other. We can melt those ice blocks. Ooh, that's interesting. So you could use a torch to see, or you could use a torch to melt ice blocks. Hmm. Boy, that's tempting. All right, let's do that just because that's such a clever observation. Let's go in there, yeah? Seems like normally you use a torch to see, so we'd want to go in the dark, but I like this idea. All right, let's bring the torch with us into paragraph 200. This place is so cold. You can't keep your balance on the slippery surface, so you fall down flat, hitting your head on blocks of ice. It hurts, but it also allows you to notice something you might have otherwise missed, a feather encased in ice. You've seen your fair share of oddities in these towers, so you begin to suspect that even this feather will become useful soon. If only you knew how to get it out. It sounds like Jonathan was right. Okay, take card 24. A feather locked in ice. All right. Is this a spirit feather? Oh my gosh, that would be so good. Okay, let's melt it out. Jonathan was right. It's fascinating how like there was very little combining until we hit halfway point of chapter 2, and now we're just combining cards over and over again. Okay, so we're going to take our torch and we're going to try to melt out. It seems like we should be able to. I wonder what would have happened if we tried to melt it out with this. Melt it out with this. That's not strong enough, I don't think. Okay, here we go. Paragraph 222. So we're going to lose this. The ice block melts quicker than it should. The torch also seems to be burning out way too quickly. Fortunately, the fire does not damage the feather. Discard. So we lost our torch and the ice. So that was it. The torch had only that use. 222. Take card 146. All right. Well, our other jewelry gave us spirits, so 146. I want to make sure. I don't want to read anything wrong. Okay. Pray for spirit. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. An angel feather. Take a look at that. Take a look at that. Jonathan, that was a brilliant observation that the torch, I was going to take the torch right into the room with the bats. But you noticed the ice box. That feather was worth 3 spirit. And we now have 11 spirit. We now have enough to escape from the Chrono Tower if we wanted to. And Tina says, the abyss paid off. I didn't think you could go above 10 in spirit. Well done. You're right. We need to thank Tina as well for trying to get us killed into the abyss. Turned out we found a torch there. That was amazing. Oh, it's like a lesson from Star Wars, you know? You go into the abyss. If you find an abyss, go into it. Maybe that's the philosophical attitude. If you find an abyss, go into it. Okay, it's not so easy to find. Well, I shouldn't say that. It probably is pretty easy to find an abyss. A metaphorical abyss in life is probably not that hard to find, and usually you want to avoid it. Okay, so we can now escape the Chrono Tower, but do we want to? Let me point out that we have a giant deck of cards. We've only done one refresh action of focus. We're close to this, and we haven't figured out what to do with the camera. And we've only found one of 3 of Mora's notes. And we have one spare spirit. So even if we lost one spirit, and nothing has ever, only resting lost us 2. Any other item we got, puzzle, never lost us more than 1. So it would be very unlikely that we would lose more than 1 spirit. So I feel like we could explore a little more and try to get this thing. And this might let us find Mora. Do you not want to solve that puzzle? We lost 2 stamina before. Well, we did lose 2 stamina from focusing. So you're right that it would be dangerous to do a rest action or something. All right. We got what I want, which is the Chronos Tower. So I'm going to have a vote now about whether you want to exit the Chronos Tower or try to use up our last thing to solve one more puzzle and maybe meet Mora. Oh, it doesn't seem like we're going to meet Mora just from solving this puzzle. But we've got 2 pieces to the puzzle. It's pretty tempting to do that. If we leave this tower, though, we're probably going to end it for the evening and come back and play the epilogue tomorrow. So, well, 5.5 hours for this session. That sounds like probably what we should do, but we don't have to leave yet. We might need the action token for the epilogue. We might, but on the other hand, we've only taken 1 action. Like, I feel like, let me just say this before you make your decisions. I feel like this game has given us all these cards for the purposes of getting more actions, and we've been so stingy with them that perhaps we've you know, we're cutting this game shorter than we need to. We've rested before, and when we did, we lost sanity. So if I had to guess, I'd guess we could get 5 more actions by resting. That if we rest, we'll lose some sanity, which is fine. We could focus. We probably lose stamina, which we don't care about, but we could lose spirit, which we don't want to happen. Like, I kind of want to keep exploring these towers. Jonathan says, it's up to Jesse, but if we lose spirit, it will be on you. And Tina says, vote with Jonathan. This is like voting by proxy. Rest. We might not get as many items in the future chapters. I really want to rest, but I suspect if we rest, we'll just lose some sanity, which is not the worst thing in the world. That's what happened when we rested before. We rested before we lost some sanity. We focused before we lost some stamina. So we could focus, but we've already focused once. So that's dangerous. Resting's not going to lose us spirit, right? If we rest, we'll have a bunch more actions we can take. Don't you want to use that camera? Do you think these are photographic things for the camera? No, surely not. The last time we rested, we got a bunch of tokens and we lost a little bit of sanity. What's the chance if we rest we're going to lose spirit? Any chance? The game did say we shouldn't delay. Glenn says, change vote to focus since we have spare stamina. That's the only choice that I'm nervous about, because that would mean we will have focused twice to get too deep into the focus deck, and I'm afraid that that will be like a punishment. All right, here's what I'm going to suggest we do. I'm going to say no, I can't say we should use this and then leave here with none to spare. If we rest, we could lose 2 sanity, but we won't lose 2 spirit. Is it safe to rest? Is it safe to rest? Is it safe? What's that move? What's the movie that's from? Is it safe? Is that what he says? Is it safe? Is it safe? What movie is that from? An amazing movie. Top 10 movies ever made. Who knows what movie that's from? Is it safe? And Tina knows the answer. Marathon Man, that's right. Highly recommended. It does feel like we've done enough, but I wouldn't mind those extra actions. Yeah, such a good movie. Okay, we're going to take a chance and rest here. And then maybe take a few more actions. Well, are you guys ready to call it a night? Because that would change the thing. Then if you're ready to call it a night, we can stop and leave the tower. I'm more interested in trying to get the other Mora note than resting for actions. Yeah, but we don't know where we would get that. I'm thinking maybe we get that. Maybe that's all. There's no way to get that. I'll never forgive myself if we hurt our spirit. It can't be that resting will kill our spirit. That would just be too punishing. You could do that by accident. So I'm going to rest. I'd rather have some more actions to spend here. Wow. If we rest, we'll have spare actions for the epilogue, which we might want. Are we out of action? Oh yeah, we can't rest. We're not out of action tokens. Good point. Okay, so let's use our last action token. We're going to use our last action token, then we can decide if we want to rest. We're going to go someplace in the nice broad daylight where it doesn't look like our spirit's going to be dampened. We're going here. So that's card 254, and hopefully we can get the puzzle piece for this. 254. If I see something that says you lose all your spirit, I am going to change. I may have to cheat. All right, let's see what it says. I guess I need to take off the vote. From the writings on the board you find on the table, you surmise that this is where worm vines were first created. Only now does it dawn on you how unambitious that name is. But it's still better than the other propositions listed on the board. So all of this, and some or perhaps all of your world, was artificially created here? You begin to question if you're even real. Take card 160. Well, that's interesting. We did consider the idea that we may be virtual creatures in a game. Is that what's happening here? As long as we don't lose spirit here. Are we going to lose some sanity? Are we going to lose spirit from learning that we're virtual? Please, God. Actually, it's okay if we lose one spirit. The moment we lose one spirit, we're leaving this whole place. But if we lose two, it's a whole different story. Okay, the Vines Project. Proposal notes. Worm vines, snake vines, thorn vines. And it is the puzzle that we were hoping for. All right. Well. This one wants 3 codes and says that your journey begins here. So actually, the puzzle says we need this map. So it seems likely that it's just telling us we're here at this banner. And this isn't the Mora clue. So if we're here and our journey starts here, what's our goal? You think these mean anything? If our journey begins here, where on the map would we go to make sense of this? How many do we have here? 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 33 minus 1 is 32. We're told that this puzzle makes use of the map. But how? John says, should we solve this puzzle if we don't think it'll get us the note? Why would we not solve a puzzle we can solve? Cracked, cracked, cracked. Maybe it should help me if I put these like that. Where's our puzzle, people? I'm not even in it for the puzzle anymore. I'm in it for the story, so... So it's 11 wide. We think we know... Your journey begins here. That seems to be very big hint that we're right there. We are at this location. Our journey begins here, and we're supposed to figure out where we're going. So somehow, worm vines, snake vines, thorn vines, and this has to get us from here to somewhere else. Well, look, we have 3 rows. Is it worm vines, snake vines, thorn vines? Worm vines, snake vines, thorn vines, or at least by rows. Hey, look at this. We've got one that's best here, one biggest here, and then one biggest here. So worm vines maybe is this, snake vines is this, and thorn vines is this. But how does that help us? Or might it be that we're looking at the cracked ones? Could these be river patterns, not cracks? There's one cracked vial on each row. Is it possible that those are river patterns, not cracks? How would that help us? Doesn't, I mean, it kind of looks like a river, but it's much too complicated for our rivers. But is this what we're looking for? It could be as simple as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. That surely can't be it. That would be too arbitrary. And it wouldn't make use of the travel on the map. Let me see what the chat says. There's one cracked vial in each row. Maybe the number of vials before the crack and after the crack matter. Those are more likely to relate with the number of dashes on the side. I see. You're saying could we get a number here like 2 0 0 0 0 0 0 3 0 0 1 0. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. That's a big binary number. Why would there be? Are there different vines on the map? It doesn't seem like it. Worm vines, snake vines, thorn vines. I mean, we've not seen any evidence of snake vines, worm vines. Let's look at this puzzle again. Maybe we'll have Gilbert look at this. But the A puzzle is this one. It wants 3 answers. We've got 3 puzzle cards and we need the map. It's very clear that this has got to be, okay, let's think about it logically. Your journey begins here and then goal coordinates. So clearly what it's asking for is goal coordinates. So we're going to start here and we're going to tell it where we end up. Like if we say here, we're going to find that goal coordinate, which is a 3-digit number. So the question is, how can that tell us where to go? How can these tell us where to go? Let me ask Gilbert about these things. And then I can feel my energy flagging a little bit. So we should probably wrap this up fairly soon. Okay, what was I going to do? I was going to ask Gilbert if he has any insight into these, even though he never does. All right, Gilbert, what do you think about this worm project card? So the worm vines are not natural. They were crafted by somebody, but why? All right. And what do you think about this totem? I recognize this totem, only this time it has different markings. Okay. Oh, then lastly, what do you think about the vials? Ice house? How does that work? I need to remember to avoid yellow snow. What are you talking about, Gilbert? Gilbert's lost his mind. Ice house. Oh, I guess this thing was found in the ice house, we should remember. So, worm vines, snake vines. Oh, it doesn't say, that's interesting. Worm vines, snake vines, thorn vines. W is west. Well, I thought about that. I thought WS, but then this one threw me off. Like, that doesn't work. Thorn lines doesn't work. Let's take a break. Oh, and Tina says, I think I got it. Okay, I'm ready to hear it. I don't need more time to think about it. I'm ready to hear the solution from Tina. What do you think, Tina? Let's hear. If it is west and south, you could sort of count by, look for the broken ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could go 5 west from there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you could go 6 south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But then what do? Allocate each letter to a vial. So, but didn't we say there were 32? So there's 32 vials. That's why. But I don't get that because we've got 26 letters and 35 numbers. So do you think are you thinking it's A, B, C, D, E? So we use the E? That's why it has one less? I don't get it. Oh, the first row spells worm vines. Wyrmvin. Wyrmvines. No, don't get it. The cracked is the space. Boy, that's clever. WYRM space VINES. And then snake SNAKE space VINES. That's so clever. Thorn vines THORN crack space LINES. Okay. So you've absolutely got it. That's what that is. And then if we do that, then what? We're looking for the largest one. So VIN north. And then this one would be north, SN. And then this one would be east for the end of the line. So we've got north, northeast. West has 2 dashes. Well, hold on, let's see. You're saying west has 2 dashes, so go west twice. And then N has 3 dashes, so go north 3 times. And use that one? Or do we do all of them? Do we then go another north 3 and another east 2 and another south 2, and then do we go another east 2? I think it's not going to be the largest one. I think, and Tina's right, that we're going to go through all of these. But the only question is, do we just use worm vines or do we use all of them combined? Well, let's do it both ways. It seems to me you could make the case, when Tina says, I think it's probably all of them. Okay, so let's do it. Boy, that's clever. That was good work, Tina. Okay, so if we do this, we've got West 2 for the W, and then we've got North 3. That's our worm vines. Snake vines are 1, 2, 3, 4. So North 4. And then this is our East 2. And then lastly, we have South 2. Sorry, South 2. And then for our thorn vines, we have North 1 and East 4. 3, 4. Okay, so if we do them all together, we've got West 2, North 8, East 6. So if we do them all together, what if we gain the spectacles of rationalism from opening this, which loses 2 spirit? We better not. Okay, so West 2, North 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then East 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I get this grid location right here. Shall we try that again? Make sure it's right. North 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. West 2, East 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I get PO6 as my coordinate. I wonder if I've got it slightly wrong because it's almost touching this. Is it possible that I've miscalculated? Well, let's just try it. And if it's right, it's right. And we don't have to worry about it. Oh, no, wait, I didn't do the south too. Oops. I didn't do the south too. South too. No, not this one. South 2. That gives me PO8. All right, let me try that. If it's not it, then we're just being sloppy, but I get PO8, so let's try it. Seems like, given the fact that I almost got that wrong, being sloppy, it wouldn't be surprising if I got this wrong, but then maybe we'll find our first, see what happened if it's wrong. Nope. Okay, that's wrong. Okay, so either I did it sloppy or we're only supposed to do worm vines. But clearly the whole name of the thing is Wyrmwoods, right? So there's no reason to prefer worm vines, right? W2, North 3, North 4, East 2, S3, S2. Then we've got North 1 and East 4. Add them all up, you get West 2, North 8, east 6, south 2. Can we see the map again? Sure. Surely we're starting here. North 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then west 2, east 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, south 2, PO8. If we were only doing worm vines, we would go west 2, north 3, 1, 2, 3, which would bring us here, which is right next to where I think Mora may live. So shall we try J11 just to see if we only do the worm vines one? I'm going to try J11 just to save us some time if it's right. If it's just worm vines. Nope, that's wrong too. Okay, what am I doing wrong? All right, let me let Tina, who figured this whole thing out, figure out what's gone wrong here. Maybe I'm reading the lines wrong. I think I see what I did wrong. I think there's an extra east here that I didn't count. This guy's growing up to the first line, isn't he? So that's an extra east one. So it's here instead of here. 008 is what I get now. Let's try it. 008. What? All right, what's happening? First line has an east one. All right, I found that bug. Why isn't that sufficient to solve it? This is what happens when you're on hour 6. That I've got 3 mistakes now. What's gone wrong? North, south, west, east. Why isn't that the answer? Oh, it's a Q, not an O. It's a Q. It's a Q, not an O. The letter after P is a Q, not an O. All right, this is going to be it. We're going to get it right now. Q01. Here we go. Enter. It's not 108. Okay. All right, relax. We're on tilt. We're running out of and Tina says you missed an E1 in the first row. Yes, I did. That's what I'm now correcting for. But it's Q08. Here we go. Enter. There we go. Okay. I did miss an E1. That's why it's Q instead of P, but then when I looked at it, it looked like an O, and then I typed it wrong. Okay. All credit to Antina for figuring that out. That was very clever. Again, once we could see what you were on to, it was clear that was the right answer. All right, 2:43. Then we need to take a break and figure out what our next plan is. As you set the correct coordinates on the totem, the disc opens, revealing a small compartment. Inside, you find a vial with a picture of dead worm vines on it. Could it be some sort of worm vine antidote? For those of you who wanted to exit the tower early, can I just point out that we may have found an antidote to the worm vines? So we throw away those 3 cards and we take 36. Have we just found an antidote to cure our village? Oh my God, that would be huge. And then everyone's gonna have to say, as an expedition leader, I've done a good job, if that's true. Jonathan says, let's find out if this affects our spirit. It may affect our spirit, but finding an antidote is not going to affect our spirit negatively, is it? Oh, it almost did. It almost did. Antidote. Somehow it negates the influence of worm vines, question mark. Well, we lost some stamina and we gained sanity, which is all right by us. And we have the antidote. Which is pretty huge. And it's nice to recover some sanity. So that seems like a pretty good decision. But we did lose stamina. But only one, I'll note, only one. So it feels like we could still take chances. And the worst that would happen is we'd lose 1 spirit. Seems like it's very hard to lose 2 without knowing it's happening. We almost have enough to get out of the mine tower if we wanted to. 1 more point of sanity and we could get out of the mine tower. Look at this card of Gilbert. Have you tried putting the Mora note in the camera? I believe I did try that. I'm almost positive I did. I can try it again, then we'll take a break. I'm almost positive that I did that. I mean, I tried nearly everything else. 167 and 095. Yeah, didn't like that. All right, let's take a break for 8 minutes. Come back. We're out of action tokens. So either now we leave the tower or we dive deeper in by resting, which I think is probably pretty safe, especially now that our other stats are higher. But I'm not sure there's that much more to be gained. The one thing that we might gain is more notes from Mora, which could be huge in the end. There's 4 places we haven't gone, so 2 of them could contain notes from Mora. But it seems unlikely. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break, and then we're going to decide what to do. But then we're going to end this session very soon. So we're going to pick up tomorrow, give some thoughts. You can tell me in the channel if any of you core members here can't make it tomorrow, then maybe we delay it for a day or 2. Give that some thought. Give some thought about what you want to do. While you're thinking, keep in mind, we could rest, get more actions, and then still leave without spending them. It still might be a more efficient thing for us to do to rest here rather than rest in the epilogue. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We've been playing for 6 hours, having a real blast. Gilbert is fully bulked up, ready to leave the Elemental Tower or the Chronos Time Tower. The only tower he's one away from being able to leave is the Mental Tower. So we could leave at any time. We've got 9 locations we haven't been to. So 1, 2, 3 in the Mental Tower. 1, 2 in the Chronos Time Tower. And 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Elemental Tower. So 4 plus 2 is 6, plus 3 is 9. We've got no more action tokens. I'm inclined to rest, which will hopefully get us 4 or 5 action tokens, probably pretty predictably. Lose us some sanity, if it's anything like before, which is okay with us, and let us do a little more exploring. The main reason we think we might want to explore more is to find the other notes from Mora, which we think we might want to use in the epilogue if they're still in the tower. We're looking for 2 more. Jonathan had a theory that we found this in the Chronos Tower. So might it be that there's 1 to be found in each tower? If so, we could try to hunt it down and then at least get confirmation about the theories. Or it could be that this note we won't get the other 2 pieces until the next chapter, and we haven't found out what to do with the camera yet, which is distressing. But what we're going to do now is I think end it for the evening, because we're getting a little frazzled. We've been stressed out. The is fraying at the seams. So we need to rest, metaphysically, literally rest, and then maybe come back and take a rest card. I'm inclined to do so. But we need to have a real sleep on it. So the question is, can everyone make it tomorrow? I guess that's not really the question, because we're going to stop here. So we're going to stop here. Let me thank you for joining me. Lots of thoughts about this game in general. The open question is whether we're going to meet again tomorrow night, and by that I mean tonight, Monday evening at 11, to wrap this up, or whether we're going to take more days break. But we're going to pause the game right here and stop. I'm thanking you for joining me again. I had a great fun with this case. It's clearly been a team effort and a stressful, emotional, psychological, stressful adventure. Look at Gilbert, though. Look at his stats. All right, so we're going to stop here and decide later, if everyone lets me know, if they can make it Monday night or Tuesday night, etc. And I'll see you all on the next stream when we get out of this tower and see what's next in the epilogue. So I'll see you then.